D's coming in with that swinging dick. 62 months of tier 3. Cheers, buddy. Cheers. I appreciate it. Oh, chin chin. How are we all? It's Sunday. Oh, I still need to get that emote. Deej, you need to stream, man. In fact, you do need to stream because I've realised that my I think Victor Barker account from way back when's been subscribed to you for like 44 months straight. Stream, damn it. Alright. Yeah. I kind of looked, I'm like, PayPal. Don't remember subbing to D's during this time of the month. So yeah. Get streaming. I demands it. Alright. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Sunday, we missed Chronicles yesterday. I went and fought with Mother Nature. Went outdoors, breathed some fresh air. Not recommended. Not recommended. Is it me or is the music really low? It is really low. Let's fix that. There we go. Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. All right. Let me blow your eardrums out. There we go. Yeah, you are not wrong. Anyway, let's see what these lot are.
I will fly over there and make things happen.
Will you now?
Yeah.
What sort of things, may I ask?
Well, Lee is volunteering to teach my son how to trash a place.
Yeah. You know, I think that the worst thing you could do is just go over and just give inspirational quotes in real life all day.
Oh yeah, that would be the worst thing for him, like ever, because I could trash things. It's like that can be fixed, but that mental just slowly sending him into craziness and yeah.
You know what? It's the UK, right?
That's a long ass
He's already
flight.
in the basement well.
Well, I'm annoyed I missed the start of that conversation, Jump. You'll have to regale me later.
It's good times.
Yeah,
That's a good
sure it
reminder
was.
too.
Did you like what I did there?
I need it. I need all that.
All right. Fuck it. Episode 57. Welcome in, everyone.
Thank you.
Shit happened last week, didn't it, Cypher?
Why you always gotta go blame me? Huh?
Well, this is where you get the chance to put your own spin on things.
Shit went to plan last week. Well, shit went to Cypher's plan, not Vanya's. Vanya's plan went horribly, horribly wrong. But yeah, we started off last week, and Cypher was like, I wonder what's down there. You guys want to come? And Reza was like, we probably shouldn't. And Cypher was like, I'm gonna go. She's like, fuck! Now I gotta go. And Desmond's like, well, yes, I gotta go too. So down they went with the aid of Elias, who was being very helpful, actually, even though fucking Reza tried to set him on fire with a torch.
No comment.
He was still very nice, snuffed it out and gave it back. And he is now our personal elevator up and down to the city below, which is, I think you said it was something like 80 feet, 100, 120 20 feet,
about
something like that?
about 100 odd feet. He could get down, around about 70, 80 feet, but you'd need, you needed the ladder just for the last.
Yeah. Just so
Last bit.
happens we carry a ladder around with us in a bag.
Yeah,
You should get one. It
40
solves
foot
loads
ladder.
of problems.
Yeah, just carry a 40-foot ladder around. It's all good.
Yeah. So we went down and we were having a bit of a look around. And then Reza was like, before we go anywhere, let's get everybody else. And Seth was like, fuck! So they went back up. Garrett had been out to the botanist, being bezies, secret handshake and all that good stuff. Getting all of the good. And I think she gave him something that we don't know what it does, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not
Wow.
making that up. Yeah.
What did she give you?
We don't know, because you didn't say what it was. You said, and this thing. Yeah.
I've planted it.
Yeah.
Tell me what it does. So
Oh.
we'll find out.
Who knows?
Blackleaf plant. But luckily, we've got some people to get injured a lot that I can test it on. I mean, try and heal their wounds.
And I'll tell you this: I don't ever question anything that comes from the society anymore. So,
Fancy that.
mhm.
Who would have
Trouble
thought a
with
little bit
getting
of
blighted.
tough. Yeah, a bit of tough love solves everything.
I'm going to take Blight next time I level up.
So you can give Vanya a taste every once in a while.
Do you remember this? Ooh, Blight.
But yeah, we came back up and Seth was like, okay, we'll gather everyone. Vanya had been, after sending her troop off to their deaths, she just sat in Desmond's room, just regaling, I guess, the slime.
Inspiring. The
Inspiring, yeah, inspiring the slime. And he did a little poofy in a jar, and you drank it.
With permission.
Doesn't make it better. Oh, I broke myself. Oh. And then before Cypher could gather everybody to go see the thick of the thing, we were rudely interrupted by Falco being like, shit's fucked, guys. So we had to deal with the cleanup of Vanya's job. One contractor missing, one contractor presumed dead, and whatever. Well, they assumed that the job was not complete.
Just can't find good contractors to
Fuck you.
Can't get the
job
staff.
anymore.
Oh my god.
Oh, get fucked.
Poor Steele sat there crying into a fucking glass because his character died.
Camera pains to Chud, dead, eyes open, tongue lolled out of his head.
Vanya had nothing to do with that.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure.
Oh dear.
Except for when it doesn't. So yeah, we had to go clear across town to sort this out. Luckily enough, Chud was a fucking absolute beast, and they killed each other in death's embrace, and that's how we found them, on top of each other, sort of. And we cleaned. What is that on the map?
I don't know. I've noticed it. I'm like, what is that?
Is that a
I wouldn't have
spider?
known. It's a red dot.
Somebody
It's-
watching us?
It's bugging me. I've just seen. I'm like, fucking.
I wasn't always there, right?
I don't believe so.
Has someone in the store got a laser pointer?
I mean,
And we're all cats.
Yeah, arcade sniper, what?
I mean, it's red. Did I draw it? No. God knows. Anyway, carry on.
So yeah, we went there. Turns out everybody was already, well, not everybody. There were some survivors, briefly. But it's okay. Cypher took care of them. Vanya, I believe she cut the hag's hands off. Was it the hands or just the fingers?
I believe. I mean, she needed the fingers, so she took the hands and the head
And the skin.
and the skin. It puts the lotion on the skin, or it gets the hose again.
Hag's looking like a turkey after a hungry Thanksgiving dinner.
It's kind of one of those sessions. I'm ready.
It's just one of those fucking days. Everybody's on form. So after the cleanup, it was back to play show and tell, and Cypher brought everybody back to the Undercroft and down into the city below.
What did we find in the city below?
Well, we found I think it was kind of like an isolated piece of town, right? With a raised building that turned out to be an ancient church of a dead god. But that's what it was, an ancient church of a dead god.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Desmond opened the giant brass doors, or bronze, close, whatever, close enough. And they went inside, and it was an old fucking church. You said there was bodies inside. Well, the remains, not even full skeletons, like the occasional bone that hadn't decayed, and piles of dust where people used to be. And then there was a little bit of chit chat because people had some questions, some concerns. Understandable, we were in the city below. But I do believe Cypher quelled any misgivings of being down there everybody had. And then led both Vanya and Teresa in I nearly said three-way there. In a spell that he got off the nurse, actually. But he had from when we first opened up the Undercroft protection from good and evil. And with it being boosted with everybody casting it, we covered quite a bit of ground, right?
I believe so, yes.
You said up to because you said there was like 3 caverns.
Yeah, so basically...
The whole little enclave, right?
Yeah, so it was kind of like a circular enclave with a raised, almost like a stone pillar in the middle with this dilapidated church on top. And as these houses and old shops circled the central dais, the central pillar. At the far end of it, it branched out into there were 3 separate corridors that led further into the city. So it was almost like an underground cave with buildings that lined like a ring road on the outside, and then with this church on a raised pillar in the middle.
So it's fancy. No, it's fucking old and falling apart. It's not just old; it's proper fucking old.
It's fucking ancient. We're talking thousand-year-old ruins. Perhaps at one point these buildings were high, on terra firma, on the earth, and just over time either they've sank to the bottom or shit's built up above.
Yeah. So yeah, and then Cypher christened the building. Eventually, fifth time's a charm, right? Fucking Twisted Fates can suck a dick. And then I think that's pretty much where we left off, right?
I believe so. Yeah. Unless anyone has anything else they wish to add. I saw Desmond on mute.
I had to clear my throat. I didn't want to do it into the mic.
Oh, I should have done. Some people get off on that.
Hmm.
Oh, all right.
Got to pay.
Yeah. Is that Twitch hustle, yo? All right. Well then, in that case, I am missing a scene. Let me toggle that. There we go. I think at this point then it's pretty much just a follow-on from last week. At this moment in time, it's going to be a case of giving it over to you guys. Granted, as mentioned, we did leave last session with the christening of the chapel. A bottle of ale or wine was thrown against the wall several times before eventually smashing it. And did we come up with a name? Did we
I do
confirm
believe
the name?
Vanya called it Cypher's Sanctum. For now.
All right.
Did she come up with that, or did somebody else come up with that?
Reza whispered it in Cypher's ear because Vanya asked Cypher what the name of it was going to be.
Oh, it was here. I was hoping it was Vanya.
No,
That's
because
less funny.
Vanya, yeah, because it would have gotten changed.
Probably. I mean, you're the one who did.
Absolutely getting changed.
Vanya did the official naming ceremony, so.
Yeah, so you can't change it now, Garrett.
Hold my beer. This is Garrett steps in.
You know, actually, I think it would be better if it was named.
All right. I'm going to hang on to that and let Garrett stew on it for a little while I get us back into the scene. So, with the chapel now christened Cypher's Sanctum, at this point I would imagine you all begin to you all have a long list of tasks that no doubt you wish to accomplish. Reza, this is the first time you've stepped into the city below in many years, and in fact at this point I'm just not, there's no point. You all know what you're going to do. Who wants to go first?
Desmond does.
All right.
So Desmond, I had already determined at the end of last session, but I did say it because I wanted us to be able to wrap up on time. Desmond is going to take the decanter of endless water and he's going to power wash the ever-living shit out of this place. Just power wash simulator, fully just blasting everything that, just hosing down everything that doesn't look like it. We need to save it. He's just going to completely power wash all the crud out of it. Just, that's it. That's what he's doing. Just going about it, humming to himself, just blasting water.
All right. So
I guess I'll. Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
okay. No, I was about to say you probably just see Desmond after the christening ceremony would stroll down the stairwell, reach in, pop out the decanter of endless water, and then just immediately whispering geyser. Go on.
Yep. So somewhere along the way, he's looking at it, and it's like, and there are the corpses on the ground, like the or the loose remains of? Like, do any of the priests like have hats or anything like that?
No, any and all form of organic matter at this point has well and truly just eroded away. Again, even the bodies aren't really bodies; they are just piles of dust, just with the occasional bone sticking out. Since they have been down here for potentially thousands of years.
So yeah, when he realizes it's not quite as effective as he likes, Desmond's going to grab one of the bowls that were probably like off to the side to use to hold things, and he's going to bend it and punch a hole in the end, and basically use it as like a nozzle for the decanter to like get into those tough to reach places. Just go in, yeah, going in on it.
Roll me an investigation check.
Oh boy, I'm gonna fail to wash this place. That's
It's not so much. It's not so much fail to wash it. It's more of what you find, and the first thing you find is what originally appears to be this old, dusty metal plate, and as you puncture a hole through it, you can kind of see flecks of bright metal from where the dust has been blown through by your punch. It is silver.
Oh.
It's the most expensive nozzle you've ever used.
It'll do. And Desmond's gonna just hold it over the bottle, and he's just kind of like gonna fire like almost like a fireman hose position, and he's just gonna start using it to narrow this and just blast through it. And he's just going in trying to get the higher places, get it try not to hit anything that looks like it might be valuable, but he's just cleaning this place out, getting all the debris and all that, anything loose, just washing it right out.
All right. This area is quite large. Are you going to basically go through the entirety of?
Oh yeah, this is his day, unless he's interrupted. He's just like, oh yes, this is going to be so much, like, because he's so like, I have the perfect thing to get this done with. And so he's like smiling while he's doing this. It's just like he's just zoning out and just doing this unless somebody says something to him or stops him. He's just going to keep going.
All right, so with the sound of high-pressured water splattering off metal and cobble and stone alike, Vanya.
So Vanya is, although a little sad, that she's not cleaning, but is taking advantage of Desmond cleaning because she feels like, okay, well, he's going to get this done. But she's going to be set up somewhere kind of like maybe on a rock or like a perch where she has her books out and she's reading, but she also has the hag's head out. And the hands, and she's using the finger of one hand to turn the pages of the book, but also using it at some points to yell at Desmond to say that he's missed a spot. And she goes over there to show him where it's at and points with the hag's finger to say, right here, right here.
When she does that, Desmond's going to turn it on her.
She's gonna try to dodge.
Just briefly, just like a little.
Are you gonna try and dodge? Roll me a dexterity saving throw, please, Vanya. Desmond, for you, I think this is also going to be just a dexterity check.
Mm-hmm. Well,
23.
Well. You're awfully nimble.
She is very nimble.
Why didn't I get a proficiency bonus?
Are you proficient with the? Because this is just an ability check, not a saving throw. Are you proficient in
So,
that?
oh, hers is a saving throw. Okay, I got you.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you don't get
I'm good.
proficiency in dexterity. So, as you would just see Desmond just squirt the water over towards you, Vanya, what do you do?
Well, Vanya knows, like, after her encounter with the botanist, like, whenever you interrupt somebody who is, like, focused on something, that, like, you need to be pretty, like, observant to jump out of the way in the event that something's gonna get slung at you or, you know. So as she's going up and she's like, "You missed a spot right there." She's going to see him turn, dive out of the way, and then pop back up and say, "Oh, that was a close one, but you still didn't get it. It's right there." You're not like no
Okay.
like
Yep.
right
No,
right there.
I don't see where you're pointing. Oh, sorry.
And she takes
I don't
the
see where you're
hand-
pointing. What do you mean? Where is it? It's all so dirty. How am I missing one spot?
It's like it's really grimy and like with the water it kind of glistens a little bit right there. So she takes the hand's finger and she just touches it with it. She's like, "Right there. You see where the finger is touching?"
And Desmond's going to look at it, knowing that he already sprayed that area in exactly that area, and he's just going to very quickly just hit it with it, just brief, like, and that's it. And then he's going to keep going about his way. And then after Vanya goes back to her books and reading, every once in a while he's just going to start spraying towards her and stop short, and then go back to what he's doing.
Fucking troll.
She's gonna occasionally like look up whenever she's feeling like the water hit her, and then that's whenever she's gonna identify if something isn't, like if he's missed something, and just continue to like just let him know, because like she's not looking like for things like where he's moving, but like behind him, because she's assuming that he's already done with that area, and just just trying to help him out, all that good stuff.
So I have advantage to clean this place then.
You're right. You do, because you have a helper.
Oh, god damn it. Roll me a cleanliness check. With advantage.
I tell you what. What do you think of an investigation check to make sure I hit everything with advantage?
Oh, Blackburn. Oh, how are you?
I don't know. Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna go about it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
All right. I just want to check and see if that would be an acceptable compromise for the fact that there is no cleanliness skill. Oh yeah. So clean, so fresh.
Yes, it's you do not miss the slightest speck of dirt. It is blasted away by this is a power wash but on steroids. This is a geyser focused into almost a laser beam.
Yes. At some point, he's going to bend it and pull the. Once he's done getting to all those places, he's going to bend the plate some more to kind of like put an angle on it, and then start doing like all the broad spaces, like the walls and everything. Just
full power wash.
Yep, complete power wash simulator, Novostoya edition.
Yeah. Apart from the occasional sound of the page turning and the roar of the decanter of endless water, it's still eerily quiet throughout the chambers. Vanya, are you doing anything else, or are you staying here reading still?
No, she's just focused on studying up on, hag culture, covens, like what in the event she's trying to look to see what she needs to do with this head that's staring at her and these fingers that she's just kind of just wailing around because she's just like at this point she's like, I don't know what to do with you, like wiggling them.
All right, roll me an
So-
investigation check, Vanya. $14. It's not bad. It's not bad. So as you sit on one of the largest stones. Now, granted, this perhaps wasn't always a boulder. Perhaps at one point in time, this was a rather nicely designed and beautiful column. But obviously the ravages of time are quite hefty on stonework. But regardless, you managed to flick through some of the pages, and in regards to the fingers, you begin to read that a lot of hags can turn fingers of either known acquaintances or individuals into powerful either amulets or trinkets, each one typically having their own unique properties, and things from increasing your resistance to certain types of magic, or perhaps even being used to cast hexes or curses on others. A lot of it seems to be more that the closer you were to the target, or should I say the unwilling participant of giving you a finger, the more power it holds. So granted, a hag's finger is from a powerful creature, but because you didn't know her personally, the effects may not be as powerful or strong as you would have liked. Now, if you cut off, let's say, the nurse's finger, since you know her incredibly well, the nurse's finger would be a very powerful trinket indeed.
Interesting. Does can I ask questions?
Absolutely. Yeah. Go for it.
Does the tome or the book tell her how to go about doing that?
Yes, it would. As for the actual details, shit, I don't have the PDF to hand, so you may we will come back to exactly what's required later. But yes, there are certainly details in there in regards to creating a hag finger.
Does it have anything in there about the head or the blood from the altar?
Okay, actually, I'm gonna just quickly reverse to the finger first, because I've just found what I needed. So, hag fingers or witch fingers are a way for spellcasters to gain more power over their abilities. And for hags, it's typically a sign of their power and standing amongst their peers. Hags also typically get more power out of the witch fingers if using their own finger or the finger of another living hag. Hags encountered with witch fingers, other than their basic ones, are usually pretty powerful casters. As for the head and blood... Oh, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, so does that mean that she needs like a cauldron or something like that?
It would certainly help.
Okay.
Yes, something to brew things. So bear with me. Making a finger. It's what's it, 14? Yeah, sure, I'll give it to you. So typically it's a pretty difficult and risky procedure of creating a hag finger if you are unsupervised by someone who is more proficient or with more experience in said arts. Typically it would take you about 2 hours if you have help. If not, it could be anywhere from 4 to 8 hours for you to make this witch finger. You would basically need to 14. I'm going to say you're going to read up on that later. I need a little bit more. From a DM's point of view, I wasn't expecting that, so I need to double check a few things before I give you the exact details. But
Okay.
Head and blood.
Skin.
Say again, sorry.
Skin.
And skin. Oh man. I think the question would more likely be, what do you wish to make of out of the head? Is there anything in particular, or?
Well, I didn't know if there were, so if the fingers give more power, what is there, like, any like tomes or things that I can create with any of the pieces that I could like gift or protection or for the group?
There is one thing that you can do with a hag's head. In the tome that you're reading, it doesn't give you the exact details of what the full procedures are, apart from you need to sew the eyes shut, the mouth shut, and this is known sometimes as the head of the loveless, but it has to be done with a hag's head.
Are you saying Vanya can make someone love her?
The details are again.
Okay.
the tome that you've got from the nurse is not a all-encompassing book of information and spells. It's more like random scribbles and notations that that the nurse found interesting. You get the impression that these are more things that, should you wish to delve deeper, you'll probably have to have a chat with her about them.
Nice. So with that, after finding all of that out and knowing that she probably needs to dive a little bit deeper into some of the other items other than the fingers, she's going to go find Cypher because she wants to request, now that there's all these buildings, she wants a building for her brewing. So she's off to find Cypher to request some space if he'll give it to her.
I mean, Cypher's in the building, so it's not hard to find him.
What's he doing?
Cypher's measuring stuff, so he's pacing shit out. He's measuring the room. He wants to find the perfect place to put his obelisk, so he's measuring stuff. He's got a piece of black chalk and he's marking stuff. And he's like, okay, yeah. And so he's making like heel to toe. So he's made his feet exactly a foot long. And he's just got heel to toe, so right? It's 36 feet, and you turn right, and then that should be 15. Yep, perfect. And he's just drawing stuff on the floor and on the walls and stuff. Okay. And then Vanya comes up and bothers him.
Cypher. Oh, there's marks on the... Desmond, you missed a spot!
No, I haven't.
What? Cypher's drawing on the wall, though.
Careful. Floor's wet. You might slip.
Okay, well, when you get done, I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
Cypher.
Yep.
37, 38, 30. What?
Are you using all the buildings?
No, just this one. Why?
Can I have just like one? Just one. I don't need all of them, just one. As my own?
Yeah, what do I care?
Well, I mean, like, didn't you like find the place? Do I need? Who do I need to ask? Do I just take it?
Cypher
And then
kicks
just
a pile of what used to be a person. Sorry, Vanya has a house.
See, nobody cares.
Okay. And then she just turns around and then goes to find one that she could set up.
What would you
for,
like? What are you looking for? Is the question, Vanya.
Real
Oh,
quick.
yeah.
Reza has been. She found a dry spot in the main room, and she's just kind of been sitting there watching Cypher work. And she's quiet while Vanya is in there, but as she walks away, she says to Cypher, "That's why no one respects her. She doesn't assert her own authority and just take what she wants."
That's right. Where was I?
38.
Okay, 39. And onwards he goes.
As Vanya's leaving, Desmond's gonna say, "Scream if anything tries to kill you."
Okay. Like, is the
I'll get there
and
right
then
away.
Vanya casts telepathic link on Desmond, and then just says in there, "Okay, well, this way, if you can't hear me, because now she's paranoid, going out on her own."
The moment that Desmond realizes he's just invited that upon himself, he just goes, "Oh," and, like 'cause she's not looking. He's just groaning to himself, like,
I heard that.
Yes, I'll be right there if you need assistance."
Will you, like, if I find the perfect place and I mean, I enjoy cleaning, but, you're doing a fabulous job, you might come and, wash my place?
Perhaps. Just make sure
Well-
that you don't. There's nothing in it that you want to have remain.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it later. I'm off. Bye, guys. She says aloud.
Just echoes round the circular confines of of what basically appears to be a convent. And you just hear the bye guys, bye guys, bye guys.
Weird acoustics in here, yeah?
Echo.
Echo. What are you looking for, Vanya? Anything in particular? Because there
Nothing
are.
extravagant. Go ahead.
Okay, I might say there's easily about 30 or so buildings that surround this circular street, ranging from a few smaller houses to others that appear once. In fact, we actually rolled. There weren't that many still standing. I think it was 14 that still remained.
15.
15 that still remain. I see. Yeah, I can remember this shit. 15 that were viable to move straight in. Obviously, mine's a bit of cleaning, but so yeah. Out of the 15, I would say 4 to 5 of them appear to be large, or once were large, storefronts. Large room that opens out onto the street with a multitude of smaller storerooms and perhaps even a basement below. So, if you want something larger, one of those would be ideal. Otherwise, the rest of them seem to be more residential abodes, smaller houses. Again, a couple of rooms upstairs, a couple of rooms on the ground level with a smaller basement.
So she's gonna be looking because Desmond's bullshit of scream if so she doesn't want to venture too far out, so she wants to find something that's close, that's smaller, but has a little bit of a open floor plan with just a tiny basement, because she wants something small and something comforting for her. She doesn't need anything real big, but she wants it to be close because she doesn't want to be the building on the outskirts, because she doesn't want to be the first thing that gets raided.
So, you pretty much from where the stairwell descends from the chapel down onto the street level itself. Opposite the stairwell is the broken wall that leads into the small cavern where you guys came down from the Undercroft. Just to the left of that, would be one of these smaller houses that basically ticks all the boxes for you. You have prime real estate. You can see, if you looked out of the window, you can see the stairwell, you can see the church. If Cypher was going in or out, you would be the first person to know.
Oh, I love that. Does the windows open so that she can ventilate whatever?
The windows are wide open because whatever wooden shutters perhaps were once there have long since rotted away and turned to dust. Nothing remains but stonework and a large gaping square gap in the wall.
She's gonna need some ventilation. I like it. Well, she's going to spend the rest of her time just kind of visualizing and making plans, and how she's going to set things up if she needs certain things built. Like, she's making a list for Dwayne to later have that discussion. And then that's it for Vanya.
You are going to need, and this is one thing I will probably say make a note of, a thick bronze cauldron that could possibly fit a person in.
How big of a person?
Yes, an average sized person is
An
the book.
size.
The book mentions you need it has to be bronze and it has to be thick, and it needs to be able to fit an average sized individual inside comfortably.
She's gonna need your help later when she's shopping for that cipher.
What are you telling Cypher for?
She's just got plans.
All right. So, Desmond, you're power washing. Cypher, you're currently plotting, planning, delving into architectural work. Vanya, you're making a list on the items you need to set up your own little hovel. Reza or Garrett, who's up next?
You go, because I'm in a completely different area.
Okay. I figured as much. So like I said, wow, who am I? Reza. Woo. Reza is sitting in the main area with Cypher, just kind of like keeping him company as he does things, and she's occasionally asking him a question or two. Cypher,
Yeah, so
are there a lot of souls down here?
down here.
Cypher stops. He puts the black chalk to his mouth. So now he looks like he's got black lipstick on. He's like,
Yes, but a lot of them aren't accessible.
What do you mean not accessible?
there's like a well of souls down here, but they're kind of trapped.
Oh,
But there is a lot of ambient souls, a lot of souls from up above that get kind of filtered down and just kind of linger.
Hmm.
Why?
Should- I was just curious if it was possible to identify who a specific soul might have been in life. So,
Do you want to roll?
Yes.
All right. What would you think this is?
It's gotta
Arcana?
be Arcana, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a fucking good Arcana roll. Yes, potentially. Unless they were a soul that has perhaps been down here for many years. You know, we're talking hundreds, maybe even thousands of years. Those ones are the ones that you described as off limits. But ones that have been more recent, within perhaps the last 100 years, those that haven't been captured by this central well that you've described, if they were strong-willed enough, then absolutely, perhaps they could have been, they could be picked out from amongst the ambient masses, amongst the dregs, the souls of those who live in lower streets, Piker, above. So yeah, definitely within the realms of possibility.
Would I also be correct in saying if I had a possession or something that belonged to the person, it'd be easier to find?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so they're like, yeah, doable, but I mean, I'm probably not that able to do it at the moment.
but no rush. I was just curious.
Yeah, but if I had an heirloom of the person, I could find them. If they're down here, I could, given enough time, I could find them.
Right. And then she's kind of quiet and thinking on that for a bit longer. And, another random question. What did you make Timothy?
Reza,
Was-
I'm ever so
What,
sorry to
dying?
interrupt. No, it's Reza dying.
Robot.
Great!
we got the first bit, but not the last bit.
Tell us more, Vampire Bot.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Seems to be, for the moment.
He was asking for how he made Timothy.
Never mind.
I think you're gonna have to pop out of the channel and back in.
Just for the sake of things, bear with me. Let me.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll
Okay,
wait till
what?
she gets back.
Okay.
She DM'd me what she said.
All right. Okay.
She was just asking how I made Timothy.
Okay. We'll give her a second.
And we'll give her a minute to get back, and I'll tell her how I made Timothy.
All right. So while we're waiting for Reza to return, I'm not going to go to Garrett just
Hello.
yet, but oh, hello.
Hi.
We're
Right.
good.
So he goes, Timothy. You want to know how I made Timothy?
She nods.
That was fairly simple. I just took a soul and bound it with a medium that I was, proficient in, which was shadow. So I turned him into a shade. So the shadow was its anchor point. So he's kind of tethered to me at all times, but not. So he kind of had freedom. Why? Do you want another one? We could use a cleaner or a guardian.
I was thinking about a guardian for down here.
Hmm.
We got a big one upstairs you could use.
I mean, we do got a big one upstairs. Is he stinking yet?
Desmond's just like shrugs.
He's only just died today.
But did he shit himself? Anybody check? Dead people usually shit themselves. But yeah, we could put a soul back in Chud, I guess.
Maybe not that. I'll think on it. Maybe.
It'd probably be better with maybe like a suit of armor or something. Bodies tend to rot and fall apart, and I can't counteract that.
So Rez is just gonna sit there, continue thinking, asking the occasional question. But if anyone wanted to notice, she is staying as far away from the water spraying as she possibly can. Like, it might potentially be making her feel slightly uncomfortable.
If Desmond notices that, he's going to keep the water away from Reza, where he would sweep it at Vanya. He's going to intentionally avoid Reza if she shows signs of perversion.
I don't know why I get picked on.
Reza died again.
I think so.
Yeah.
Seems it.
Reza.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just really want an abomination. You know, patchwork chud.
Reza, are you alive? Are you back?
I vote yes for resurrecting Chud.
He will never
It's
be
not
the same
resurrection.
again.
It's not resurrection, though.
No.
No.
There's a fine line between reanimation and resurrection.
I mean, but I can at least justify for Vanya that things didn't go incredibly terribly wrong.
Still coming in with that 62-month tier 3 resub. Wankers. I think that's aimed at you lot. All right.
Listen, it would be cool, all right? It would be cool.
So, with that, is there anything anyone else wishes to do whilst you're down here in the caverns below the folly?
No. You can switch over to what Garrett's doing.
All right. Garrett, are you good if we go for a quick refill of clock and pee break before we find out the madness that you've been up to?
Oh, God, yeah, I need to go myself.
All right. In that case, then, everyone, we will be right back. Bah.
Excellent.
Cheers, does. All right. Won't be a second. And then we'll find out what Garrett's been up to. Prepare thyselves. All right, won't be a sec. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Ta.
Welcome me.
Appreciate it. All right. Let's get rid of the banner. Thank you kindly, Yeti. Thank you kindly, Duz. Yeah, that's pretty much, I think, the general image that we have is the Warcraft abominations patchworked up with giant cleavers. I think that's what Shud was originally aiming for as well. May he rest in peace.
Or pieces.
More pieces. Yeah. All right. So, Garrett,
Yes.
I'm under the impression that you have vacated the lower chambers. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, Garrett's not particularly magically inclined. And Cypher has asked him already for poppy milk and nightshade.
All
One
right.
of the things I asked the botanist for in the last session.
It is indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So, making your way back down the stairwell, you eventually get to the lower part of the tall chamber that leads back up to the Undercroft. And here, granted, you would have to climb the ladder away before Elias could scoop you up and lift you back into the Undercroft. But it's here. What do you do?
So I go back into the fawn room where all of my planters are and my weirdly growing plants in the dark that are normally big because then the botanist has encouraged them to grow in an obscene way. And where I've set the plants, I've got the poppy and the nightshade off away from the others. One on one side of the room and one on the other. And hold. I've been using the Druidcraft.
The Druidcraft.
The Druidcraft. To help them grow. But while I'm doing this, I'm talking away to Elias in Sylvan. Because the botanist told me I had to speak to him, and so he understands more of what we want, and to aid his comprehension. So I'm saying, I need these plants to grow big and strong and quickly, so we can harvest the berries and the seeds for what Cypher needs. And all the time I'm talking, Elias's vines and limbs are stretching across the ceiling and moving down the walls, helping me dig like a furrow in the soil for the plants to grow along. So basically I've got almost like a little hedgerow of nightshade and multiple shoots of poppy on the other side. And Elias's tendrils are now in the soil as well while I'm working, and I'm trying to copy the actions and the druidic chants that my sister used all through my youth, the hundreds of years we spent together in the Fey realms. I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job or not, but the things seem to be growing and getting bigger. and bigger.
Abnormally large.
Abnormally large. And I'm thinking, maybe I picked up more this druid business than I thought.
Roll me a nature check quickly, Garrett. Maybe you did. Maybe you did. Or
So I keep
so go on.
So I keep going. And I'm on my feet now, trying to mimic the body movements and everything of my druidic sister. And these plants keep growing. We got buds that are enormous. They should never be that big. And something isn't right. There's no way I should be able to control the plants that way. Whereas in the past, I've only been able to make things bud and then grow a little bit. But these are fully formed plants now.
Mm-hmm. And still growing.
And still growing. So I come over to the earth next to the poppy and start moving the soil to see if there's something they're growing on, like some form of fertilizer. And once I move the soil back, the roots of these plants are all wound round a vine coming down from the ceiling, attached to the main stalk. And Elias is pumping them full of nutrients.
It's at this moment you realise that it seems that since his awakening as a treant, maybe the botanist poured a little too much power into this spell.
Oh yeah.
And
the poppy heads are the size of a grapefruit now, rather than the size of a small poppy. And I just look up and, you did this, not me. Thank you. So we've got poppy heads the size of grapefruits, and on the other side, the nightshade is. Well, the berries are almost the size of a small plum. It's going to be a bountiful harvest.
it is indeed. Before you carry on, I'm going to quickly just refresh Foundry since Reza is now back, but I do need to close Foundry down completely, so everyone will need to log back in. If you will
It's
give
an
me...
outrage.
It's an outrage. Yeah, because as we found before, kicking
You can all
on-
hear me?
We can. All right, refreshing should be good.
Okay.
All right. That serious, Callie. All right, Garrett.
Yes.
If you would be so kind as to roll me a nature check, please.
More like it.
That's more like it. For a brief moment, whilst not exactly hearing words, you would get a brief auditory sense of perhaps creaking of plant, vines and roots coalescing, but there's something else there this time. Almost a voice, a whisper that is emitted from these vines. The sense that you would get would be one of appreciation, words that almost sound like you're welcome. And it's also at this moment where you feel a very familiar brief glimpse of a perhaps once forgotten magical power. One that your sister has used no end of times to commune with nature, and whilst you could never do so yourself, this time something feels different. Roll me an insight check. You get the impression that should you continue and talk with Elias and converse with him, that mayhaps in time you may be able to speak with him and he with you.
Hi. So from there, we're going to start harvesting the bounty.
Yeah, poppy of the size of grapefruits, huge leaves of nightshade, and various other quite deadly plants.
Oh yeah. So I'm going to spend the rest of the day grinding the poppy seeds into poppy milk and making a horrific nightshade paste.
Nice. All right. So, with that, everyone's day seems to be pretty much set. Vanya dusting and tending to her new abode. Desmond, you power washing the lower enclave. Cypher measuring out, and well, is there anything else you're doing in the sanctum?
I mean, once he's finished measuring, he turned to Reza and be like, "Well, I think it's time we get our fanged friend down for a final burial, don't you?"
I couldn't have phrased it better myself.
Oh. Nice.
Well, go ahead.
And then I was going to turn to Desmond and be like, I feel bad for taking you away from what seems to be something really fun, but I kind of need your help.
Oh. So you look over to Desmond to say this, and you realize he's stood in place, and his mouth is kind of agape, and he's clearly just like zoned out. And just like he's been spraying the same point on the wall for who knows how long. Like towards the entrance, he's made some progress, but he's just. It looks like there's something, like almost like he's hung up, like he's processing something. And as you turn your attention toward him and you say this, it's like you snap him out of it, and he looks at you, and just with his head just turns towards you. The decanter still stays towards the wall, like he was so focused on something. Something completely took his mind.
What you looking at?
I've just had an idea. What do you need help with?
I need help building like a stone coffin and moving. You see that pillar there? And he points to the fallen column that he pointed out earlier on. It's probably is what, 2 foot wide and about
Yep.
6 foot tall.
Yep, 6 to 8 feet tall, easily.
And then I need that putting on top of it.
Right away.
Do you think you could do that?
He's going to damn sure try. So Desmond's going to take the... he's going to turn off the geyser, and he's going to set the bottle down on one of the tables there. And then he's going to go over, and he's got the gauntlets, right? So he's going to try to see if he can move it.
Yep.
Just gonna man mode it.
Yeah, he's going to just try to brute force this.
And with the gauntlets of might that you are currently wearing, it's not a problem. What happens?
He is going to... He doesn't have the mind's eye that Cypher does for what's here, but he's going to try to move everything the way that he specified and just try to set it up in some rough configuration and look over at Cypher like this, or a little more to the left, or...
Yeah. So, yeah, we got.
You
the
just tell me
hole
when to
there.
stop.
So what they've done is they've gotten like a couple of blocks and made like a hole at the base, and then this pillar's like resting on top, and there's a gap at the front for him to get shoved in.
Yeah.
Unceremoniously.
I mean, bear in mind, at this moment in time, you've got, a 2.5, 3 foot tall child moving a nearly 8 foot tall, 2 foot wide column.
A ton of stone, literally a ton of stone, just like it's nothing.
And he's going to slide everything around to get it just, and he's going to keep looking at you until you're looking over at Cypher to see if Cypher is like puzzling it out, or if it's he wants it moved. It's almost like a guy trying to move the couch, and the other person's just telling him a little bit more this way or whatever.
Well, there'll be markings on the floor in chalk. That's what he was measuring out. So, guidelines.
Oh,
Reza would help guide, like kind of like she's kind of got like a hand on the top of the pillar over Desmond's head, and she's kind of like pressing it one way or the other to kind of help guide, since she's the tallest one here now in this operation.
Mm-hmm. Yep, but Desmond's going to move that, and the instant that it's down, and everything looks aligned, he's going to look at Cypher. Is that all you need right now?
Yep, I can get the other stuff.
Okay, good. I have to go talk to the coroner.
Okay.
And he's gonna just gonna walk away. He's leaving the can of endless water on the table. There, he is just leaving and going, just going.
All right. You just see Desmond 180 back towards the ladder in Elias's roots. And you see him descend the stairs, over the street, through the wall, up the ladder, gone.
God, I hope nothing jumps on you now.
Why did that sound hopeful?
It wasn't.
Roll me a twist of fate, Desmond, since you've said that.
Okay. Why is it not letting me? Oh, there it is.
All right, we'll see what happens. Cypher, Reza. What's going on with you two still?
So now we need to make a bonfire. And maybe some of that red powder. It needs to be really hot. Yeah.
A bonfire? Okay, let me just clarify.
Ah,
You're telling me to deliberately set something on fire.
yes. The hotter the better. Actually, the hottest the better.
Right, so she's gonna look around and see if there's anything that, like, here that could be used as fuel, and then she's gonna realize everything is fucking soaking wet from Desmond.
Not only soaking wet, but no, any sort of wood or there is nothing but stone and metal down here now, and ash.
Right.
Oh, but there's no ash. It's now paste in a corner.
Aha.
Right, so I think we're gonna have to go upstairs and get does the bonfire
Wood.
need to be down here? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
that's-
on the pillar. Ooh, we're gonna make something cool. Do you know what shadow glass is?
No.
What's the other word? Pulls out his grimoire, looks through. Oh, obsidian. You know what obsidian is?
Yes.
Cool. So you can get stone really, really hot. It starts to melt. And if you cool it really, really quickly, it turns into nice, shiny black glass.
Oh, are you gonna wait, Cypher?
What?
She's like putting 2 and 2 together. Real time here. Are you trying to turn that entire pillar into obsidian?
Yeah, and the base, it kind of needs to melt into our gas that will be stored at the bottom for all eternity, encased in obsidian.
We're gonna need a lot of wood. All right.
And red powder. Well, maybe not the explodey stuff.
Well, let's ask Garrett. He knows about that chemically stuff. How we can get really, really hot fire.
Yeah. Let's go do
All right,
that.
come on, let's
and
go.
We'll bring everything down as a one. We'll bring our little vampire friend as well.
Does Reza notice the decanter of water left behind?
I would imagine so. It sounds like Desmond left it in a pretty conspicuous
is
Out in
place.
the open, and
It was like
Yeah.
the nearest
So
stone base.
she sees it and she grabs it. She's like, "Oh, this is perfect. We can use this to cool it off really fast." Right?
no, we could use that to stop me from setting on fire while I cool it down. That's something even cooler.
Oh. Okay. So she pops it in the bag of holding.
All right. Decanter of endless water is now in your inventory, Reza.
Okay.
Never has a magic item been passed around so much.
As you begin to descend the stairwell, Vanya, go on.
I was gonna say Vanya, can see when they come out, and she's gonna pop her head out of one of the windows, and is gonna say, "Where are you guys going? This is my new place." And then she kind of like runs out. It's like, what do you think?
I think you got cobwebs in your hair.
And there's dust on your hand. Gotta go.
I'm gonna go with you because I need some things. And then she's gonna follow him.
Like a bath?
She's gonna pull out of her inventory, like she's just kind of offended, and she's got perfume in there, and she's gonna just douse herself.
At least you don't smell like 1,000-year-old death.
Is this better?
No, you're still covered. You're covered in dust and crap and cobwebs, and there's a spider on your shoulder.
Oh, get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Now!
It's alright, it's gone.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Is it? You didn't. Get it.
Reza pulls out the handkerchief of cleanliness and just like kind of puts it over her nose and mouth to block the perfume smell.
Vanya is
it
now.
cleans the air.
like- I was gonna say Vanya's now casting prestidigitation on herself to try to like get any like cobwebs or spiders off of her.
With a quick wave of magic, Vanya, you are clear of all cobwebs, spiders, and anything else that may have clung to you in your cleaning endeavours.
Sparkling.
Sparkling. Alright, so with that, the three musketeers make their way through the ruined wall back into the lower chambers. As Desmond earlier, you ascend the ladder to the point where Elias can eventually scoop you up and bring you back up the large tunnel and deposit you with a soft thud onto the cobbles of the Undercroft.
Desmond is walking with a purpose all the way to the society.
Oh, you're walking? Okay.
He's not going through that. He's not going to that tree room. He's not. Nope.
So there's no sign of Desmond. There's no sign of Desmond anywhere. Yeah, the Undercroft itself is quiet, and the three of you step out of the. I would probably say the dormitories. Probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
Into the junction that's to your right, leads to the bar and the fighting pit, and to your left, the Thorn Room.
Oh, Garrett! And he kind of waves his ring in front of the Thorn Room door for it to open up for him.
They do indeed.
Garrett! Reza helps. Provides the help action to call for Garrett.
Yeah, with the multitude of rings and amulets and brooches present, Elias pulls back his roots from the door. Garrett, what do they see as the roots pull back?
They see some humongous plants. Absolutely stupidly over large.
We just walk into Jumanji.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like a rainforest, but in a cave. It's delightful.
It's that odd mix of, at the far end, stonework and rubble and ruins, with sort of cave overhead with stalactites and rainforest.
And creepers and vines just everywhere with thorns coming off them. It's delightful. To anyone else, it'd be terrifying, but it's like home to Garrett.
Huh. Well, this place has changed. Garrett, you in here somewhere? You been eaten by a plant?
I'm at the back by the workbench.
Okay.
Where is that, guys? It's kind of creepy in here.
Behind that, I don't know what that is. Down here on the left.
Almost like something out of a B movie. All of the leaves begin to part ways, revealing Garrett at the far end of the room.
See, he's there. Wasn't that hard?
Oh, good. I've been meaning to come and see you. I got those things that you wanted. Where did I leave them? Elias? And 2 vials get popped into my hand. Poppy and Nightshade.
Oh. Cypher reverently takes him. He's like, oh, that's so good. He's going to eye them up, check for clarity, and like,
Roll me an investigation check, Cypher.
Investigate.
Yeah. That's an amazing roll, but this is the first time you've ever seen them. Who knows?
Looks good. It matches the description in a book.
You want to put them in... You want to put them in the bag of holding so they don't get broken during the firing.
Yeah.
Reza holds up the bag of holding.
That's
She's
good.
become Cypher's personal assistant, basically, at this point.
Is a vial of each enough?
A vial of each is enough to kill about a dozen men, so yeah. Yeah, probably.
Because I have more.
Oh. Okay. I don't think I need that much.
As he picks up two, what can only be described as, you know, the big jars I have in chip shops for pickled eggs.
That
my
big
God.
giant glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. For
One of
those overseas, it would kind of be a
Like a big mason jar.
big mason jar.
Pickle
Yeah.
jar?
Big pickle jar.
That is in fact a lot.
Yes, should we just say that the harvest was bountiful? Thanks to a friend.
Yeah. I didn't expect it to get so much so quickly. Things are moving at pace. Right. It's not what we came up here for, but thank you, nonetheless. We need to make a fire.
Oh,
Can't you,
did you say fire?
can't you wiggle your fingers and make one start?
I get any idiot can make a fire. No, put the sword away!
Vanya pulls out her sword and says, "The phoenix doesn't fear the flames. It thrives in them."
Not yet.
You just see the
Oh.
short sword in Vanya's hand just burst into flames. It's
How
pretty
do the
hot.
plants in the room react?
They
How
pull
does
back.
Elias and the plants react?
All of the plants that are attached to Elias immediately just pull back away from Vanya.
Not in here!
Oh, okay. The phoenix doesn't fear the flames and the thrives in them. I've been wanting to use that. Just
What
let me
will you-
know.
Okay.
Okay.
We need to make a really big, hot, like really hot fire. Do you
How
have
hot?
any, like, I'd say like 1200 degrees should be fine.
Just 1200 degrees. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna need some wood, some charcoal. Do you have any-
2,192 degrees Fahrenheit.
Don't worry about it. Totally didn't fucking spend an entire week researching this. Carry on.
To make a fire burn hot, well,
You got any of that stuff from the red powder left over?
yes, I have. And if I was to mix that with
Go on.
some rusted iron and some other bits, we had something we used to use for burning logs.
Like door locks.
Yeah, the metal locks in vaults and safes, and he used to melt the metal straight off.
Well, that sounds wonderful. We should get lots of that.
Give me a few minutes.
Okay, we're gonna go buy some sacks of charcoal and some kindling.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go off to Market Road to get just that.
All right. Meanwhile, whilst you're all off, Vanya, are you going with Cypher and Reza into Market Row?
Well, she's gonna, before they go,
Mm-hmm.
she's gonna ask Garrett. Garrett,
Vanya.
yes, I need a cauldron.
Okay. When?
That's what I was thinking. But I just, kind of wanted to make sure. I need a big cauldron.
I want to say something, but I'm gonna refrain.
Me too.
Do you think that she can give me something that big?
How the bloody hell am I gonna know? Why didn't you talk to Dwayne?
Well, I mean, you've made things. I didn't know if you needed to special make it for me, or if she was up to the challenge, I mean, it's got to be big. Like, I need to fit it. Well, no, it needs to be big enough to fit an average person in. So it's pretty big, right? Wait. How big is Francis's?
Fuck.
There we go.
Roll me an insight check, Vanya. It's pretty big. It's pretty fucking big.
Is Francis's kettle made of bronze?
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but brass and bronze are very similar. Brass is just with extra tin added. Insight check of 8. I'll give it to you. It's close enough.
She's gonna quickly say, "Never mind," and then run out. Never mind. And then she's gonna run out, and she's gonna go up to Francis's area to start investigating on how she's gonna move this down to her area.
So, Cypher and Reza, you make your way upstairs into the kitchen, followed shortly by Vanya. And before you two dip out into the alley to make your way towards Market Row, Vanya, what do you wish to know? At this point, the cooking pot has been moved into the kitchen. It is enormous. You could quite possibly fit 3 people inside of this thing. And it certainly has a brassy or bronze-like look to it. Francis has currently got the soup of the day bubbling away in it, and as you all make your way into the kitchen, he gives you a brief nod, the usual acknowledgement, but doesn't turn his attention away from preparing the meal for the day.
By the way, chat, I was not reading chat up until just now. So, Enders, you're safe. I had that thought before even reading that. So, but go ahead, keep giving me ideas. I like it. So she's going to start inspecting. She's going to say hi to Francis. Hi. But he's going to see She's going to kind of
soup. He's going to take a ladle, take some soup out, blow on it. Bear with me, hang on. As he blows on it, it's a... just a pretty poor blow. And instead of blowing, he just...
Mom,
yeah, what's up? No, it's pretty good, yeah.
She kind of like, she circles around it, and then she's like rubbing her hand on the door frames. How'd you get this in here, Francis?
Francis tilts his head slightly and looks at, well, I mean, smashed down the door, broke the old frame, and then removed some brick, and then Dwayne carried it. Well, Dwayne dragged it in. And then
So
she's all built.
Vanya,
And then she built the wall back on and then put the frame on. She's actually pretty good. Have you seen Dwayne work? Yeah, she's pretty tasty. If you get what I mean.
how long did that take her to put the wall back up?
No, not too long. About half an hour.
Vanya quickly goes out the door and then down to where they get into the undercroft to inspect that as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't fit.
All right. So she's going to head back down to her room, and because she feels like she needs to do this at night, right? And she's going to start mapping out times of how first she needs to make each door frame big enough so that the cauldron could fit through. But she needs to do that first because she's going to levitate the cauldron through each of the pathways.
Very quickly, you have the door down into the basement, the door from the basement into the undercroft, and then the door into the undercroft dormitories, along with the door into your building downstairs. So that's 4 doors you've got to get it through.
She may need some help.
And down a 100-foot drop.
Yes.
So she is going to she's gonna wait. Actually, Desmond didn't go with them, so she's gonna go find Desmond.
Desmond's gone. He went before them.
Oh man, because Desmond's gonna be the strongest one.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, I'm going to leave you there for a minute, Vanya, to think, because you dove back to look into the size of the doors whilst Cypher and Reza were making their way out into Market Row. But before we find out what they do in Market Row, let's take our attention past Market Row into the alleys of Northern Market Row, close to the Society. And it's here where we find Desmond. Desmond, as you make your way through the alleys, eventually reaching the large metal door to the Society, before even rapping on the door to make them aware the door opens, you step inside, greeted by a wide smile that of the nurse, as she is already there. Well, it's been a while since you came here all on your toddy little lonesome. What brings you
Indeed.
here today, Desmond?
Desmond this is not who he was intending to come and see. However, he respects the nurse and is not going to shrug her off or do anything like that. He's going to pull down the sleeve and just of his shirt behind his breastplate, and he's going to point towards the where it would be flesh, like at the elbow.
Mm-hmm.
Who made me? Who made this?
Such heavy questions upon just turning up. Come here, these rather hallowed halls are not for these sorts of talks, now are they? Can I get you a drink by any chance, my little dear?
Desmond's kind of processing, and he is immediately thinking the nurse doesn't want to answer him. That would be splendid.
And what are you drinking these days? Milk, or have you found something a little more appetizing? And the nurse starts to slowly pull down her robe just to reveal her sort of collarbone.
Hmm.
Yeah.
No. I had a beer.
My, haven't you grown? All right, come, we'll go and have a sit down. I guess it's time for that talk. And with that, the nurse billows her robe out slightly and begins to make her way down the corridor towards the central chamber of the society.
And Desmond is going to follow her like a stormtrooper, just right on her the entire way.
As you get into the central chamber, she motions towards the stone table and I say stools, they're more like just stone carved blocks to sit on, positioned around this circular carved stone table. All right, take a seat and beer now. My, you have grown. And with a quick wave of her hand, she seems to have a glass vial in hand that she puts in front of you, Desmond, before producing a wooden cup. As she places them in front of you, she then sits down and, curling her fingers together under her chin, she leans forward towards you, this grin escaping her features as she looks at you with a rather intrigued expression.
Do you have another cup by chance? An empty one? Bigger one?
God, demanding.
It's a request. If you don't, I'll understand. I wouldn't want to put you out.
She'll quickly glance around the room, and just off to the side there's a stone cabinet, or several stone shelves, and with an over-exaggerated roll of her eyes, she'll bring one of the larger metal cups, almost like a silver chalice, levitates through the air and lands in front of you, Desmond.
You're quite powerful, you know. I've always known that. But not until recently have I realized this, just how much more than one might assume.
With a tilt of the head, she's gonna glance towards you, Desmond. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, he fails. I'm not, no. He is about to give her the outpouring of his entire thoughts anyway. It just succeeds. She reads his thoughts.
All right. In that case, I will hand it over to you. If you're going to just pour them out.
Yep.
This is not so much a
100%.
thought. This is just verbal diarrhea, I guess.
Well, he is going to, he brings back up his arm and he points to it. He says, this, like what's happening with everyone else. I thought of it because of what Cypher was saying. This is just a vessel. This, and he's going to take the small cup with the beer in it. This is me, and he's going to take the chalice. He's going to move it, and this, and he's going to pour everything over into that. This is now me. Do you see?
She leans back slightly in the chair, the smile growing even wider to the point where the sides of her cheeks begin to crack. Her visage begins to pale as for you, Desmond, the familiar, true visage of the nurse begins to take hold.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to say, Desmond has never spoken to her like this. Ever. Like, always very respectful, never any kind of, like, his desires overriding hers or, like, pushing against her at all. He has only ever done anything anyone in the society ever asks of him. But, yeah, that's basically... I just want to inform you that if it informs her reaction.
Mm-hmm.
But, yep.
My, you have grown since stepping out into the wilder world. Questions?
Oh, yes.
Many questions.
And I'm willing to bet you have answers. Or things that would serve as answers.
Desmond, oh my dear sweet child, you know these things well enough by now. I can't just give you answers without something in return.
When
This
she
is a
says
business.
child, his fist drops onto the table. Just not super hard. It's clear that he's restraining himself, but he just, it just hits it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well. And he's going to take a moment to compose himself. I suppose the natural thing to ask is, what do you desire? For your information.
Oh, now that to me sounds like you're trying to cut a deal. Huh? She waggles a finger in your direction.
Yes, well, depending on terms.
No, there are no terms, no deals to be struck here. But if you wish to offer something, then I may be able to remember something.
And Desmond's going to look to this, kind of look down to the side and try to think over everything. Things that you wouldn't be interested in, I haven't much of, because I'm not normal.
None of your companions are normal, Desmond. None of us here are normal. Normal is boring. Yes.
It certainly can be. And as she's saying this, she's going to get glimpses of she says this, he starts thinking of all the people who are just milling about in Market Row, in the Commons, just all over, just flashes of images, like recalling everyone that he sees that kind of fits this. They're just background noise to him. I think there's very little I could give you that you couldn't get yourself. However, so he's thinking of it, so she's going to see it. His mind goes to the anti-magic orb.
Okay.
And so what he's thinking of is that thing has a lot of power in it. And he doesn't understand magic, but if I would imagine that if I were to find another vessel, it would require an immense amount of power. And certainly not all that power would be used. Perhaps there's another vessel, and you could take whatever you wish that's not used.
Oh, you wish to offer me this small, tiny vessel of yours in return for... Interesting. Very well. I appreciate the offer, and I will accept it. Now, it seems that I remember quite a few things. And with that, she'll lean even closer towards you, Desmond, almost unnaturally so over the table. Ask your questions, little boy.
And so she leans in, and he doesn't flinch. I want to know who made this body.
Is that not obvious?
I've put together that all of you, and he kind of looks around, are responsible, but someone had to make this body.
And with that, the nurse will lean back slightly, bring a hand to her chin and begin to nod. Oh, the actual body? Well, that... Yes, we all had a hand. The underlying structure made by the botanist, or at least offered by some of her... and the nurse will wave a hand in a dismissive fashion. Some plants of hers offered their life to become your bones. The rest of you, though, well, let us just say that whilst the coroner offered sinew, muscle, flesh, she leans back forward. If you wish, you can call me Mother. I was the one who gave you form, sculpted you into the vision that you are now. Of course, at the behest of your biological bearer.
I've had an idea. Not just the excess power that would be used. You can... And she's going to register this, but he's thinking of things that she would value because the hags value things. And he's thinking of his memories from before the society. Like all the torment, like all of those experiences that he had. That. I wish a new vessel, a grown vessel, a bigger, stronger vessel. A man. I can never grow from this. That's what I've been doing wrong. I can't grow, but I can go from here to here. And he points to the cups on the table.
The nurse licks her lips. Roll me a perception check, quick, Desmond.
Oh, this is not going to go well. I'm going to petition for advantage because I'm intimately familiar with her and the way she does things. But if that's not good, then I'm not going to worry about it.
No, because you're currently pointing to the vessels and trying to explain the situation. So I'm going to bump you down to a normal.
Oh, shit. That was almost 16.
Almost. All right. As you look up, as explaining, going from this to this, the only thing you would see is that the nurse just licks her lips and just dabs the side of her mouth with her robe as she nods. This grin even wider, unnaturally wide, to the point where her teeth and gums are plainly visible, top and bottom. This is an expression of ecstasy, of glee from the nurse, and she... Her eyes, when she's in her true hag form, usually are just almost black, empty sockets, but this time you would see a slight glow, almost like orange embers dancing in her eyes as she nods. The memories and all the dreams and hopes of one so old, such as you, trapped in perpetual childhood for as long as you have. Now that... What say me and you take a little walk outside of these dreary halls and the confines of this chamber? Perhaps we can come to some sort of arrangement,
I believe we can.
In return, I am more than happy to divulge unto you any and all information, answers to any questions that you may have. Yes?
Yes, this is what I need to do.
She'll reach out a hand towards you over the table, Desmond, in a gesture to follow her, should you take it.
Desmond's going to, knowing damn well that this is a bad idea, but he's desperate, and he's going to shake her hand. And, he's thinking about his memories from before and everything, because his base components are the puppet body, all the magic the society put into it. But the part that actually, he's not even really the child from before. He's more like an echo or an imitation. All the sickly little noblesse oblige child that just entire life was just suffering, just perpetual suffering, and hoping that it would stop, and then it being transferred over to this vessel. And so he's kind of thinking he might be glad to be rid of that as well, to be able to move on and to focus on the future.
With those thoughts going through your mind, the nurse would just call out, "This is not a done deal, my dear. We are just going for a little walk outside and, well...
where no one else can hear."
obligations are not enforced. Yes. Come.
Oh, off grounds, yes, I understand. And then he's going to follow her.
As you begin to make your way towards the door, the wrinkled, shriveled hand of the nurse begins to twist and contort slightly as it turns back into the smooth-skinned and rather beautiful woman that you're more familiar with. And it's here where, as you step down the corridor towards the door opens, you step outside into the alleys of Market Row. And it's also here, I'm going to call a quick break before Cypher and Vanya turn up. Cypher and Reza. Well, that took a turn.
I don't think anybody saw that coming.
No. Not in the slightest. Alright. We will, we'll be right back. While we refill our glasses, empty our bladders, and then see what Reza and Cypher want with the society. Be right back.
Who's still here?
Me? Why?
Hey, do you remember how high Elias can go?
Hi.
Like, can he go into the folly?
No. Probably, but he damaged the folly. He's not a subtle creature.
Okay. But he can go that high?
Quite possibly.
I'll probe solution on that one.
How's your Sylvan?
Fuck. But I know Elvish, which is close. It can get us there. All right. I won't divulge anymore.
Okay.
How quickly can I learn Sylvan? It's Vanya. Not very quickly. Fuck.
I've returned with a soda.
A soda.
Ooh,
A soda.
How was your whiskey? That sounded kind of like, what was that in the background? Was somebody listening to Britney Spears Toxic?
No, it was a kettle.
Yeah, it's just a kettle. Like they're British. That's their thing. Jump, come on.
I guess that's how that song was made. Don't you know that? Oh, fuck. That's
Is it
stuck in my
your
head.
now.
Thanks,
That's what you
guys.
get.
You're welcome.
Thanks, kettle guy.
In answer to your question, yes, Elias could certainly reach his vines upwards into the folly and beyond. You know, bear in mind the Undercroft's probably only about 60 or so feet underground. So he would probably be able to, if ordered, tear the folly apart and the surrounding area.
Oh, she'll wait.
Yeah, so we've kind of said that he can go 80 to 90 feet down, and probably the same up from where he is. So so he can probably go about 30 feet in the air out of the ground.
Nice. Now I just gotta be able to schmooze him.
Do you speak Sylvan?
I speak Elvish.
No.
Yeah, that's like trying to speak Quebecois to someone that's over in Paris.
Well,
Oh, absolutely.
this is gonna take more than one session then.
Yeah, Rayvon's got it
Appreciate
in one there. He's currently in the most of his routes are delving down to provide a defensive barrier to what's beneath the folly. So obviously, if he tried to destroy the folly or attack anything above, the routes below would have to maneuver up. But
He's not attacking anything.
No, but-
We'll get into that later.
yeah. But just as a just to give you all an idea that, he is not all encompassing. But yeah, he can certainly extend various routes here and there to perform matters. All right, so are we all good? Reza, Cypher?
I don't like that you can hear all. Just joking.
Yeah, we were going to Market Road to get like bundles of
That's right. Yeah,
Kindling
Marky,
sticks
not
and,
the society.
charcoal.
Back.
Welcome back.
Although two people aren't in society right now, they might be going for a stroll, right?
They are indeed going for a stroll, but they probably wouldn't be going to
The middle of Market Road.
the middle of Market Row for such discussions. All right.
Oh, the rain stopped. Nice.
Yeah, I forgot to have... It's been a while since we used the Market Row scene. So, with that then, Cypher and Reza, what's happening with you lot?
Well, Dwen's working for us, so it's usually where I'd go for it. But instead, I'm going to see if... Because she'll get her charcoal from somebody else. Probably is from a vendor that comes from the forest, right? And sells on a row specifically. So I'll just see if I can find a charcoal vendor. I'll ask around. Charcoal vendor? Charcoal vendor?
Oh, yeah, let's introduce someone different.
Wonderful.
Why not? It's been a while. Alright. As you
Ball bearings at the ready.
As you both meander your way down Market Row, Cypher, you are the lead asking questions for charcoal, and eventually one of the vendors points out, he's like, "Oh yeah, just Alatoz is around, he tends to sort of do the sort of bar every 2-week delivery, and in fact, if you quit, you might be able to catch him heading down to the old wooden spike."
The wooden spike.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Yeah, what did you say the name was?
Alatoz, big lad, horns, droopy ears, can't miss him. About 8 foot tall. Can.
Wait. What? Oh.
An 8-foot tall cow.
Yeah, you can't miss him.
Okay.
No.
As you begin
Can't
to
be
make...
too hard to find, right?
The answer to that question is no. As you make your way towards the new location of the wooden spike, you would see a large wagon that's it almost looks like instead of having clumps of charcoal, there are just large burnt tree trunks in the back of this wagon. And you would indeed see this 8-foot tall Minotaur stood there. You would see him move a fist towards the door, but he stops a few inches and then just starts banging on the stonework. Dwayne! Dwayne! Delivery is here for your wood and charcoal. Ah. Dwayne! Dwayne!
I think we found him.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
He's not exactly a cow, though, right?
no, but I doubt there's another one that looks similar to that around here. So let's shall we?
Okay. Hello.
The brute of this Minotaur would turn around, and again, these are very rare creatures in Novostoya. And rather than looking like some average lumberjack, he seems to be more of a fighter. The ragged leather armor that's been thrown over him, 2 large lumber axes hang at his side, along with a plethora of small hatchets, and he tilts his head. Roll me an insight check. Might be a smile.
Fair.
Yeah, Reza, it looks like a smile. You're not certain whether it's a smile, a grimace, or just a his
just how
usual
his face is.
resting bitch face. Hello. Wood spike not open. Yeah.
Greetings, sir. No, it's not. I believe Gwen has taken a private contract for a short period of time. What can we help you with?
Well, he thumbs over his shoulders towards the wagon behind him that he's been carrying. Charcoal and the wood from the forest. Every 2 weeks I come sell to Dwen, and not aware she on a contract. You know where I can find her for payment?
Well, I can source payment for you if you don't mind.
15 logs all charcoal and burned down. Cost is 20 silver. You,
Is that-
scrawny man, able to pay?
Sever just raises the eyebrow on his one remaining eye. It's like, looks can be deceiving. Is that just for the charcoal or for the lumber as well?
You wish to buy lumber too?
Mm.
Dwen normally only goes for charcoal, but if you wish to buy wood, well...
I'll
your
take the
point.
lot.
Make offer.
The charcoal for Dwen plus the remaining charcoal and all your lumber for 35 silver pieces.
Sold. No, little man, you are... He extends this cloven hand towards you.
Cypher's got to take out a dagger, prick his finger, prick the Minotaur's finger, and shake his hoof.
No!
And
No! Prick. Done.
we're friends now. In where I'm from, that's a sign of friendship. And he's going to scrape the blood off into a little vial and stopper it. Hey, you wanted to introduce a giant, powerful creature? Yoink!
Yeah, the Minotaur's going to look towards Reza with an expression, brow arched slightly.
What? It's perfectly normal, right?
Fine. 35 silver into the pouch.
How much for you to deliver to the Baron's Folly?
Yes.
For 35 silver, I deliver into High Court. Where is Folly?
Come on this way, huh?
Yes, follow us and tell me, I noticed the weaponry on your back. Is it purely utilitarian, or do you have some sort of... Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Ah, inquiring minds wish to know more. Very well. I will tell you. Well, forests are certainly not safe for many. As for axes, two purposes. One for felling of trees, as you can see. And then motion over his shoulder to the wagon. Bear in mind, as you're walking, he's carrying, or not so much carrying, but but drawing this wagon with relative ease. Fell logs, found them. Axes occasionally fell the odd miscreant who wishes to try their luck. Eh? Come here every 2 weeks to sell wares, cause, well, let us be honest. This place not exactly for giving of or accepting. If you are. And he just motion a hand to himself as he talks.
You know, the Baron's Folly is a very open and accepting environment. I'm sure you'll quite like it there. Are you muted?
Of course I am. Of course I am. I was tooting away my old pipe. I'm going to mute myself so you didn't hear the crackle away. But yeah, well, streets not exactly best place. Do not wish to linger for long, at least in forest. You are aware that, well, if wolf comes at you, you know what to expect, yes? Here, daggers in back and in dark.
Although, I don't know, yeah, this place is... It's getting better, though. It's a lot safer than it used to be.
He will... Does he notice? That's the question.
No.
He doesn't. I know. The large minotaur just shrugs. A big exhale of breath. If you say so. No, forest better. But, waggle a finger in your direction. There are things you need. Wood, charcoal. Ask away, and I will. In fact, you have to be careful in forests, yes? Especially for the boulders.
What?
He doesn't elaborate any further. It seems that this Minotaur is just chuckling away to himself at perhaps some inside joke.
Well, maybe if you just stop by once a week, you can sell some wares, some extra stuff to the folly.
2 weeks. 1 week too
2 weeks?
often. 1 week too often.
Okay.
But contracts with Dwen. Must speak to Dwen first to see if she is happy. Only so much wood and charcoal can fit in wagon. This time, since Dwen is absent, I'm happy to sell elsewhere, but future may need to discuss with her. Yes.
Very well.
That's fair. Well, I'm assuming we're walking back to the folly
Absolutely.
with him, right?
Yeah.
Well, how about, in hopes of doing future business together, I'm sure you've had a long, difficult journey. Have a free drink and a meal on us. We're owners, part of the management team at the folly. So, as we like to make our future business partners feel as comfortable and welcomed as possible.
He nods vigorously in response. Very well, I will. Yes, I will. Certainly. Free meals are rare, warm food, and this probably here where, after the 20 or so minutes walk, you would reach the Folly's exterior, and Avalok would very much be impressed with the Folly. It's not usually his, he doesn't seem to take much notice of the buildings on his way in. It's pretty much just a straight shot from the forest through, probably skirting the edge of Piker. Like most, smart individuals would avoid going into Piker properly if they didn't know any better. But yeah, it's here where, as he sees the Folly, he would offer a nod, look towards the storehouse. Oh, you wish in there? I can move.
Yeah.
It won't take long.
Yeah, I get the door, and he gets his keys out and unlocks the main door and pulls it on. Yeah, just put it in there. We'll sort it out from there.
All right. Doesn't take long for the rather large Minotaur to pick up the logs and just swat them into the storeroom. At this point, probably say...
Okay.
Yeah, of course you can. Go for it.
I'm just going to say real quick, while Cypher does that, Reza is going to run into the Folly proper and go down and get Garrett and just, shut through the Vine Room door. Garrett! You've got to come up and see this. Garrett! Come on!
God, everyone's in such a hurry today. Give me a minute.
Never seen horns that big before.
Horns.
Come on, hurry, before he leaves.
So I'll put what I'm working on to the side. I put the ingredients far away from each other. I don't want them to mix. And follow on.
All right. As you emerge into the courtyard, you would see this large 8-foot Minotaur slam the last blackened charcoal log into the storehouse as he claps his hands, or cloven hands, probably the best way to describe it, together. He looks towards Cypher with a single nod. Done. Payment.
Okay. And he pulls out a massive coin pouch that's fucking. Cypher's like, I'm gonna need my bag back because this is too heavy.
I can always hold it for you.
And he's going to count out 35 silver. And, like, you count it out, and there's still obviously ample left in this fucking pouch.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. And 35 silver. Come on, we'll get you a drink and something to eat and say.
Pockets the coin, nods towards your Cypher, and then sees Garrett and Reza, I would imagine, stood off to the side of the doorway.
Yeah, Reza has brought Garrett outside, and she's got kind of like a hand on his back, kind of like pushing him forward slightly, and like she notices Avalok turning around, so she's not going to point at him, but she's just like, go, talk to him, convince him to come back, and he'll be a fighter, but go.
Well, hello there.
Anyone tell you move quietly?
Very light on my feet. Years of walking through the forests and not scaring the prey.
See how you do opposite. Make noise most. Flee. Fuck off.
Can be useful, but not very good for filling your belly.
Point taken. Avalok.
Garrett. Speaking of filling your belly, I do believe my friends have offered you a meal. Come, let's go inside and get you some food and maybe something cool to drink.
With a grunt of acknowledgement, Avalok steps into the folly behind you, Garrett. Let me hide Francis. At this point, I would imagine it's, getting towards late afternoon, early evening? Definitely late afternoon.
Yeah.
You were downstairs for most of the day. You did the other bits and bobs, power wash, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, it's certainly towards late evening. The folly, full swing. Francis has certainly cooked up stew of the day. Bread seems to be a little thin on the ground. Much to the annoyance of some of the regular punters. Rather than the unlimited loaves that they're usually offered, at this point they're only limited to a single loaf of bread.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have took the fucking piss then, eh?
But you lead them towards the back of the bar. Sit down in the seats at the far end, and eventually Layella would bring out a soup.
I'll make sure to tell them I need a chud-sized bowl.
yeah. She would bring a. It's not so much a bowl, but a bucket, with rather than a few small round loaves of bone meal bread. It's like a baguette.
Is Skarn at the tavern tonight?
Yeah, he's actually no. At this point, no, he's not. He's still out.
Okay.
Yes, Skarn is still MIA.
I'm not worried about Skarn. I'm worried about the rest of the city.
Yeah. Yes. He's out doing scarm things at the moment. So with what most would constitute a ladle, but in the hands of Avalok, it's just a spoon. He begins to tuck into the soup with a... God, man, Minotaur. You assume it to be a delighted moo. Pleasant. Different. Spices and... Rare for Astoria. Imported, maybe. From the south.
We have some contacts. I'm glad it meets your approval.
So, I imagine there are other things you wish to discuss, considering you paid well for goods, and Garrett, I assume you are one of the managers of this place, considering your words carry weight amongst, just thumb over his shoulder towards Layla.
Yes, I hold a position within the management here, and my friends also. We've come to make this place our home. An inclusive place, and interesting to the right peoples. Now, someone such as yourself that survives on his wits, the strength of his arm and back, and your obvious familiarity with your weapons here, you're a strong man.
He nods.
I take it you don't have problems with the bandits, or at least if you do, they're not problems for long.
If you stay clear of the more problematic inhabitants of the forest, the destitute are, well, when you're as big as I, they don't even try their luck.
I bet they don't. Now, we're putting together a little endeavour for people that can handle themselves in a fight. And you have definitely piqued my interest. How would you like to earn more than the money we've paid you now?
Interesting proposition. Would certainly hear you out, if nothing else.
You know, we have an opportunity for people to fight, not to the death, mind you, but just for the purpose of gambling.
He takes a scoop of soup and begins to chomp away. Now, for most people, this would just seem to be like a cow chewing on grass. If it wasn't for the fact that there seems to be this spindly strand of insect meat, almost like a small leg, poking out the side of his mouth as he... Fight but not to death. I mean...
For
gambling.
glory, for money, for the fun of it.
If guaranteed not to be cut down or to cut others down for no reason, I will be interested in at least... He mulls his words for a moment, begins to think before continuing. Yes, if only for a single bout, perhaps. Condition, and he'll jut a large finger towards you, Garrett. No death.
Agreed. No death. To knockout, to submission, or mutual agreement.
I sit. They unmove. They give in. Easy fight. Easy winnings. He'll extend a hand towards you, Garrett, and what looks to be a smile crosses his face. His lips upturn slightly. If cows could smile, this would... You imagine this is what it would look like. Very well.
Take Anytime you're back in Astoria, drop in and see us. There'll be a meal waiting. And next time we have a fight evening planned, I'll let you know.
2 week. You know Dwayne.
Very well.
Ah, good. You see Dwayne recently by chance?
Yes, she's doing some work for me.
Tell her, when you see her, Avalox sold charcoal and lumber to... He'll look around the folly for Cypher, if he's still there.
No, Cypher's already in the warehouse taking sacks of charcoal and bundles of sticks downstairs.
Small, pale man.
Aha, Cypher.
Aye.
One of my colleagues.
Make sure she know that I sold to you and not just gone and pay fine. But I come back 2 weeks with more charcoal, more wood for wooden spike.
I will let her know.
The drink he was offered, what was it? Was it, something decent, or was it?
Yeah, middle shelf ale, I reckon.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lowball him. I want him to fight in the ring. I want him to come back.
Alright, it's not as bad as I thought. So with the...
Don't tell me he's a lightweight.
No. I was going to see just how, having been offered a relatively decent tipple, he seems to get the taste for it, but limits himself to just 3 bottles. He's a responsible drinker.
I'm quite glad about that. Furniture's expensive.
Oh, it's a shame Scar's not here, because that could have been just, chaos. Minotaur and a fucking Dragonborn just going at it, drunk.
I would expect nothing less than at least a massive arm wrestle.
Yeah, a couple of broken tables. Yeah. But yeah, no. With the conclusion of business, you leave Avaloc to his free meal. He does have a few drinks on the house, but he doesn't take the piss. He is more than well aware that he has to get back to his cottage in the Stillborn Forest with an empty wagon through Piker District and all the other horrors that exist on the outskirts of the forest. So,
With a nice full pouch of silver on his belt.
yeah, full pouch of
Yeah,
silver,
big jungle
full
and
belly.
push of silver, yeah.
He is a happy Minotaur. Namaste, hello. It's been a while. How are you? Good to see you. So yeah, with that, I'm gonna pop over to Vanya next before we go back to Desmond. Vanya, what's happening with you since originally you were going to head into Market Road, but you didn't?
No, so after inspecting the doorways and everything that she needed to do to build a plan, she's now who's all, let's see, there's Garrett, Cypher, Reza. Is Desmond in the folly as well?
No, Desmond's nowhere to be seen.
So it's just Garrett and Reza. All right. So she is going to be looking for Reza and Garrett separately.
All right, Reza, Garrett.
I'm back down in the Undercroft, making Novostoy thermite.
Reza, what are you up to? She's gone for a pee. So, you don't find Reza yet. Who knows?
Reza's helping Cypher take shit down
Okay.
into the Undercroft.
Well, until that happens, and she gets back from relieving herself, Vanya is going to go down and find Garrett.
All right. You
Hi, Garrett!
Yep.
Hello, Vanya.
If one was to say something in Sylvan, could you tell me how to say it?
Most probably, if there's a direct translation.
Okay. If I was to say move this, how would I say that in Sylvan?
I'll give you the translation.
Malak Kavoy.
Alright, you can go with that.
Malak Convoy. Okay. Oh, this is good stuff, Garrett. What about follow me?
I give the translation. Go on then.
Falana Konurle.
Okay. What about place this?
Why don't you just tell me what you'd like Elias to do and I'll tell you how to do it?
But what if you tell me no?
Reza walks by and overhears this conversation. She says, "He literally just said he'd do it."
No questions asked?
No, I didn't say that. Cypher's walking past with a bundle of sticks.
He said he'd tell you how to say it.
Okay, no questions asked. I need to know how to say place this.
So, do you remember what was the first?
Malak Convoy.
Malak Kavoy was, what was that?
Move this. And
Yep.
then Valna Con Oile is follow me.
So place this would be Palané Convoy.
Palané Convoy.
Cowboy.
Um,
Not
He's
convoy.
adding all kinds of extra letters. Great.
Ah. Go
What
on.
about rebuild this?
Alanacta Convoy.
What are you going to ask him to break?
Some like bricks. Okay, we got that. All right. Garrett, what about remove this?
What are you moving, Vanya?
No, I'm not moving. I'm removing. Build, move, follow. Oh,
What
I
are
need
you
this.
going to ask him to move?
Some bricks.
Don't try bending the truth with a fae.
Okay, Garrett, here's the deal. I was trying to do this on my own. If you'd like to help, if not, it's fine. I need Francis's cauldron, and I need it to be moved down to my new house. And I was gonna have Elias because I had seen him whenever he came up from the floor, and it was like stuff was everywhere, right? But then all of a sudden he went, and then he rebuilt it like nothing had happened. And that cauldron is really big. And I wasn't gonna overexert him to move it. I just needed him to make things bigger so that I could move it out into where I needed it. I mean, if Francis still needs to use it, he could just tell me what he needs. Or we could just get him another one that's a little bit smaller, and I could have this one.
I'll make you a deal.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing I need is Francis in a paddy because someone's taken his prized pot. So you find him an alternative, or a couple of alternatives, and I will move the big bronze pot for you.
Okay, where's Dwayne at?
I would say she's working over at the fighting pits.
Okay, I will take this deal, because I was not entirely certain that if I said these words, if Elias was going to help me, and then I was going to have to go to phase 2, and nobody would have liked that, including myself. So, I believe that is doable, and when opportunity is in front of you, you seize it, right?
Whilst
Right.
you're going to Dwen, you could deliver her a message for me.
Oh, of course. This
Marvelous.
isn't gonna make her not want to make pots for me, is it?
No. Just tell her that Avalok came and we bought all his wares and he will see you in a fortnight.
Avalok came And he what? He brought everything?
We purchased all of his charcoal and wood.
We purchased charcoal and wood.
He will be back in 2 weeks.
He will be back in a fortnight, aka 2 weeks. Anything else?
You actually write this down.
On my hand, so that I don't lose it. Because right now I am focused on the pots, and I will not remember.
Maybe tell her before you get onto the pots, just so you don't forget.
Wait, hold on. Tell her before the pots. So that I don't forget. Anything else?
No, that'll do.
Okay. I'm quite happy with this arrangement. I don't know why I just didn't ask you. I just thought you would tell me no.
As long as Francis is happy with the trade and I don't have problems, you can have whatever you want.
What if he's not happy, Garrett?
Well, that's your job
He's-
to make him happy, isn't it?
Okay.
I'm
I
sure
get
someone as
you. I
positive
get
as you can fix that little problem.
No, that is not going to be a problem at all. I know how to handle him. I've got things. And she heads out the door to go towards Dwayne.
All right. You step out into the corridor. Cypher and Reza are still back and forth, moving twigs, bits of wood, and various other miscellaneous items. You carry on. Step into the into the fighting pit / new bar. Bar. Here, Dwen seems to be just putting the last finishing touches to a few of the engravings on the tables. It's looking pretty good. The bar itself has now completely done. A multitude of shelvings. Granted, at the moment they are not stocked with any alcohol, but they're certainly neat, tidy. The counter itself, made out of what was it? Blackened. Go on, Garrett.
It was black walnut.
That was it. Black walnut. A multitude of stools line the bar, and then just behind that there is easily 15 to 16 tables, each with 5 chairs around. Just off the far end of the room is then the another large door that leads towards the fighting pit itself. Dwen looks up, sees you enter the room, Vanya, and smiles with a bit of a nod in greeting. Well, hello. It's been a while, Vanya. I don't see you down here very often.
No, but this is it's clean. It's great.
Should hope so. It's certainly been a labour of love. I'm quite proud. There, and she points towards a sofa just off at the far end. With a toothy grin. Bit of spare time made there. Found some scraps of leather that no one was using, so, a few feathers and this odd squishy material that was in the basement. think that sofa turned out quite nice.
Vanya's gonna go over and sit on it.
Comfortable AF is the only explanation I could give.
Did you say a squishy material?
I did.
Is it red by any chance?
Who knows? It's now in the sofa.
Okay.
Nothing like leaks onto Vanya or anything, or
No, the stitching is immaculate. Whatever's in there, it's staying in there for now.
this is like more comfortable than where I sleep. I'm gonna have to come down here more often. Well, can you make my bed feel like this?
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's much of what was left, but source me some more feathers and something, maybe a little coin, and sure, why not? But
Oh, that's not why I was coming down here, but goodness, that's wonderful. The whole place looks wonderful. It's very inspiring.
I'm glad you like it. Hopefully soon, we can get some drinks in and someone in the old pit to have a bit of a scuffle.
I mean, I would be okay watching that from here. I'm claiming this seat. This particular spot is it's Vanya's spot now.
Well, just make sure Garrett knows that, when the pit opens, I'm involved.
Wait, when?
I want, when the pit opens.
The pit
what's-
opens.
Yeah. What's the expression some of the Northlanders use? Tag me in, coach, I believe is the expression.
I am involved. Tag me in. Okay. I've got the note. That reminds me. And she pulls her hand out and she says, I have a note for you. From Garrett. She kind of pulls it up to her face and she's like, oh, I've gotten a little sweaty. Avalon? Lock.
Minotaur.
Does that ring a bell?
If it's the Minotaur, yes, he's a
Avalon.
lumberjack from the forest. Yes, big Minotaur.
He didn't give me that detail. Okay, so he came. Something purchased. Charcoal and wood?
Yes, I normally
Does that sound
purchase
familiar?
some charcoal and some wood from him.
And he'll be back in a weeks? 2 weeks?
Oh shit! I completely forgot to leave a message to pay him. If he was around for that, it means I've missed him. I'm gonna have to owe him. Oh shit! All right, well,
What's that mean? Do I need to take another message for Garrett?
no, it's fine. I'll sort it when he makes the return trip. It won't be a problem.
In a fortnight.
Yes, he comes every 2 weeks, and I normally purchase my wood and, or at least not all of it, but some wood and charcoal from him.
Is he gonna be upset from the payment? Like,
Considering
Wait.
that, I normally pay him a considerable amount for his goods, then, yes, there is a good chance he's going to be upset.
hold up, but But I feel on my hand it says purchase. Like, did Garrett pay him?
Dwayne just stares at you blankly and shrugs his shoulders.
But Garrett purchased it.
Oh, Garrett. Is that a
So did he pay
question?
it? I don't know. I'm just reading my hand.
Is this conversation happening anywhere near where Cypher and Reza would walk by with their wood and charcoal?
The door to the bar area would be open. I imagine you would, for sake of it, roll me a perception check. DC 8.
Okay.
I just feel like since Garrett said he purchased, like that feels paid to me.
Oh my god.
Oh, get fucked.
It was almost a 1.
Get fucked. It wasn't difficult. Surely, are you that bad at perceiving things?
I was just DMing the guys. I'm really tired today for some reason. So I'm gonna say Rez is really tired for carrying wood and charcoal in, so she doesn't fucking notice.
It's because she has to listen to Vanya 24/7, so she just tunes shit out.
Cypher, on the other hand.
Yeah, I got you covered.
Yeah, it says purchased right here, so he's paid.
What are you guys on about? Looks like there's dragging a sack of charcoal.
Well, Garrett told me something to say to Dwyn, and it was something about an Avalock and how he purchased some charcoal and wood and then would be back in 2 weeks. And then
No, I bought all his stock. He's good. He's golden.
so Dwyn doesn't owe him anything.
No.
That's what I just said, right?
That's
'Cause
not
the
what you
word
said at all.
purchased. What?
Cypher, why have you stopped moving? This shit's really heavy. What are you going on about?
We bought everything. It's all cushy. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
As
like I said.
As this conversation's going on, elsewhere in Novostoya, we cut to the
Yes.
scene of what could best be described as a mother leading her child through the alleys of Novostoya. Hand in hand, at least for a small way, Desmond.
Okay. I was just rolling that to determine, like, you know. Yeah. Okay.
She didn't let go of your hand when you departed the society, and unless you pull it away, she will keep up this visage of a mother guiding her child through the street until eventually you begin to take a few twists and turns into a less crowded part. And it's here where, as she begins to descend down a steep alley, she motions to a set of stairs. A smile on her face. Shall we have a seat, Desmond? And she glances around, notices that there's very, very little foot traffic here. This place seems quiet.
Do let's. And he's gonna pull a chair out for her. And he's gonna pull the other one up for himself, and he's gonna take a seat.
All right. So as she takes a seat on, I would imagine with this being, Market Low Streets, it's more of a stool than a chair, but nevertheless, she'll sit down and just drum her fingers over her knee for a moment as she crosses her legs and looking at you with a slight tilt of the head. So, you have got a few questions roiling around in that little head of yours. I've answered a few, but there are more, yes?
Oh, yes. I think you understand what I want. I want to know what can be done. It's doable. What kind of vessel I could get, and what I would have to do to get it.
She thinks for a moment before slowly nodding. Well, the issue is not what would work, because, well, anything and everything could become your new body, your vessel. You, and she'll reach forward and just tap you lightly on the nose as she says this, you could be, or should I say, could become, take over anything you wish.
Well, probably best not look at anything too complicated. But then his mind turns to the Inquisitor, thinking about him jumping across the roof like a monster. Probably not that. Well, I'd have to find something, wouldn't I? Something, someone. And he starts thinking about himself just larger. Like, oh no. Something, another body like this would be only if there's nothing else. And
I do have something. I have a little pawn. He's a rather large gentleman. If you wish to be bigger, well, I could gift him to you. Well, more trade for that little body of yours.
Well, it'd have to be a certain time, make a time to do it, I imagine. Magic's funny like that. There's always some kind of rule, isn't there? Seems like there's always a rule or a cost.
Well, this wouldn't exactly be magic. I mean, granted, there would be some elements of assistance, but, well, let's just say that we take what makes you, you, and she'll just tap you on the head, Desmond. And whatever is left of you would just have to suffuse, devour, invade another. It's rather simple. I could put them to sleep, make sure they are, well, unawares, and you would need just a period of time, depending on how ravenous you feel.
And who's your pawn?
A rather simple oaf. What was his name? Avalesh. I believe you know of him.
Oh, yes. I But he's a wild man, I think. Want someone
Yes.
upscale, someone affluent, someone with respect. or respectable. I might have to go shopping. I'd have to ask Vanya for help. I bet there's someone in the coin flow I could find. Or north of lower streets.
My, branching out into the coin flow. I mean, there are no end of potential hosts there, but at the same time, do be careful.
Oh, yes. Well, being trapped like this for eternity sounds like hell in its own. One must take risks sometime.
Well, perhaps, and she pats herself down for a moment, whilst I have nothing with me at this present time, perhaps I could concoct you a nice little, elixir. Something to rock someone into a lulling sense of secure sleep. Consider it my gift.
Oh, absolutely. Well, one must take charge if they want to get anywhere, right?
The nurse rolls her eyes. You have been spending far, far too much time with Vanya.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, you've had a hand there.
I don't know what you mean. But, to make things a little easier and to go back to the topic at hand, if you wish to find yourself a suitable growth, I will endeavor to make sure the transition goes as smoothly as possible.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I'll have a look around. It's been a while since I went for a walk through the city.
Though, there is a slight complication and something that you may wish to, either yourself or, the Pale One, Cypher. The coroner has something that we will need for this little transaction to fully perform.
Oh, do tell, what's that?
It's a small, insignificant little object, but the coroner has a few tools at his disposal. A scalpel made of a blue-hued metal, and it holds great power, and let's just say that's to give you the best chance at inhabiting your, or growing, yes, growing. It may be best for us to open up your new home with this blade. Now, I sadly cannot ask the coroner of this, as well, let us just say, and she leans in close to you, towards you, Desmond, let us just say that the last time it was used by myself, well, didn't turn out exactly as we hoped. She'll just wink at you.
Well, that's probably the most gentle way you could say that I was a mistake. But, you know, I have the feeling that I think you will do your best. I truly believe that. And we can't let the coroner know, of course, because we absolutely cannot have him gain wind that there's a transaction between us that began in the center room, the shared domain of everyone there, when we shook hands.
She taps you on the nose. So sly. Seems sending you out into the wider world has done a number for you. I am proud.
There's a saying. There's a saying about that, isn't there? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, mother.
Oh, shit.
The wide smile from the nurse fades for but a moment as her brows knit together in that of a slight scowl. Seems you are learning to be cocky as well. Well, in that case, those who we birth do go through their rebellious phases, so... Very well. Very well. And she'll extend a hand towards you, Desmond. For one last time, I will assist you in growing up, becoming a man. In return, this small, frail form that you now hold will belong solely and wholly to me.
Of course. And the previous thing? Yes? The
That
memories,
goes
the
without
hopes,
saying.
dreams. And I will never speak a word of this. After the fact, I will never mention it.
She'll lean in close towards you, Desmond, and in your ear, "Oh, you certainly know how to make Mummy happy now, don't you? Very well. I agree to your terms."
Excellent. And he's going to shake her hand.
As the shake ends, she leans back, claps her hands together excitedly. "So, now all you need to do is find yourself a new, buff and beautiful body, and, well, I will keep my eye out. In fact, I will keep my eyes out and see if anything catches my fancy, and perhaps maybe let you know."
Oh, yes. That would be appreciated. After all, you have a much more discerning eye for things like that, don't you?
Oh, I certainly do have one discerning eye. Maybe I could send it out. Very well. So, come and see me in the morrow, and I will have something brewed for you to paralyze your new body and allow the transition to be a little easier. But don't forget, if you wish to make this a surefire 100% no problems at all little procedure, then we are going to need the coroner's scalpel.
Well, you know, I think if there was something truly special, if there was something absolutely I could not pass up, I think I might be inclined to get you that. I'll see what I can do.
Very well. Think of what you want, and if it's within my capabilities, then I will see it done.
Very well. I'll not speak of this anywhere near the society, and afterwards never again. What would that be?
I'm just thinking something from the nurse. She is going to just lean back even further on the stool and grin. Now, this is not a happy grin. This is the wide grin of an ancient entity that...
Yeah, she smells like a shark.
This is indeed a predatory look. Very well. You've shown spine, rebelliousness, and backbone. You have grown. You have grown.
He's
Maybe
going
not
to, at that,
wrong.
while she's talking, he's going to sweep his arms out and kind of curtsy.
Yes, you have grown. Now, let us just finalize and make sure that the exterior matches the interior, yes? And she'll just sweep her hand out in the direction of the society. Shall we?
Oh, yes, they'll be wondering. It's not like you to go out so many times so often.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. It seems to be more of a common occurrence recently. I've got quite used to the air out here and, well, things are moving and have moved at a considerable pace since, what was it, the Folly came under the control of you all.
Well, not really under my control. Not now. I'm there.
But one day, you could own it all, Desmond.
Think I'll set my sights a bit higher. Maybe.
Oh? Higher? Bear in mind, at this point, I would imagine you're walking through the alleys as you're having this conversation.
Oh, yeah. Walking and talking.
Roll me a quick Arcana check.
Well. Hooray.
The only thing you would notice that no one seems to look at you as you're making your way through the streets. No one seems to turn. No one seems to bat an eyelid. Yeah.
And he's going to, well, now that we, best not to be talking about that as we approach. You know, the other day, I went and I bashed a man's skull in at one blow. Just like that. And he's going to start talking about what he's been doing over the past few days on the way back. Like since the conflagration of doom or whatever it is.
It's almost like you passed through the alleys without a trace.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, with that, is there anything further you wish to ask of the nurse, or is this going to be a case of go back?
I feel like I've gotten enough out of this. Pushing any more is risking doom. And like the first thing he did is a ploy to try to get her buttered up a little bit, so she wouldn't be expecting him to play the long game on the like not speaking in the place, like letter of the law. He can't speak of it ever again. But after the point, but he now has leverage. He made sure that he worked something in there because he knows what the nurse is capable of.
Absolutely. You are, I mean, I will say the one takeaway you have, Desmond, is that whilst as you're making your way back through Market Row, the thought ringing in your head is, you may think you've got one over on her.
Oh no.
But you haven't.
It's not that he thinks he has one over. It's that he tried to shore it up because he knows that you're always dealing at a disadvantage.
Yes. Yeah.
He wanted the most bang for his buck out of whatever deal he was going to make.
And at the same time, roll me an insight with advantage, Desmond, because you've known the society the longest out of everyone here.
Well, it's still not going to be sparkling. Oh, shit.
Never mind. It's solid. If this wasn't favourable to the nurse in the slightest, you get the impression that you, well, maybe not dead, but you know that you wouldn't have remembered what just happened. With a click of her fingers, she could pretty much just, if any of it was an issue to her, there's a good chance you wouldn't even remember. But you are 100% certain that modifying memory or any other forms of charm or suggestion wasn't cast at all.
Yep. Yeah, but he's just gonna make small talk on the way back, and that's all of what Desmond's up to, playing with fire.
All right. At this, several hours, no doubt, have passed for all of you. With Reza and Cypher moving the charcoal and logs down below. Garrett finishing up the last few bits and pieces in regards to the poisons. Is that right?
Novostoya thermite.
Novostoya thermite, that's the one. Grinding iron filings into red powder and all the other good shit. Desmond, I would imagine at this point you've more than likely returned to the Folly. So I am going to hand this over now to Cypher and Reza. In fact, what are we on? Do you want one last quick pee break?
I mean, I would like one.
Cool.
Yeah,
we'll do that then.
Let's go for a quick pee break.
All right. Cool. We will be but a moment. I'm going to go refill my water. Won't be a second. I'm back.
Welcome, mate.
Ta.
Back
Welcome back.
on the kid.
All right. Cypher. Are you good? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I believe at this point, good sir, it's over to you.
Well, Cypher and Reza, who are probably fucking knackered at this point, ferrying all this shit down. Well, we'll probably just get it to the hole and have like a branch lower it down and just drop it the rest of the way because like branches don't matter.
Yeah.
Fall to the ground.
Yeah.
And the charcoal's all in sacks and shit. So we'll just be like, huh? Okay. Get down there. So we've made a pretty bonfire around the pillar. And we'll have exhumed the body of the vampire. What's left of it.
So, how would that look? Because bear in mind, the vampire would have no doubt been dragged out of the ground by Elias and lowered, but he can't take it all the way down.
To get him the rest of the way down, probably. Well, Desmond won't be gone that long, right?
No.
Once he's done-
At this point, yeah, Desmond and everyone's back at the folly.
Yeah, we'd tie ropes around its arms and legs and head and have it lowered down so it doesn't fall. Because, like, I think just about everybody's got about 50 foot of rope on them.
Yeah, and we don't want that stake falling out because he's not dead.
He's not dead. He is incredibly weakened, but definitely not dead.
He's probably is not liking what we're doing to him.
No,
He's
no.
like, oh,
I'm
fuck,
pretty angry.
how could this possibly get worse? Hold my beer.
Hold my beer.
So yeah, the stake's probably strapped in as well. You know, some like cloth straps just so it doesn't just fall out or wiggle its way free. And we'll put him in place and stuff him in his little cubby hole with nothing but his eyes shown, and then brick him back in with big slabs of stone, and then make a bonfire around him. Probably charcoal, like on the bottom, and then sticks on the top. And then I think I'll let Garrett place the Novastolian thermite because I'm like,
Well, this what's this thermite look like, Garrett?
Right.
What have you
Well-
done to make it?
What I've done is I've combined. Oh, hang on. Red powder,
Yep.
iron filings, some bauxite, and I've made like almost like a World War II sticky bomb using some oil from an oil jar
Right.
to stick little pouches of it all the way around the pillar itself.
so we've gone full British on it.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I've smeared oil all over the pillar itself just to aid in
Conducting
the burning.
heat. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So it all ignites together.
All right. So with this pile of charcoal and wood and sticks and tinder below the column, the other parts now smeared with bucksheath thermite. Cypher.
Cypher's gonna go, right, okay. So Cypher's got he's taken off all of his clothes and stuff, and he's literally just covered in a shitty like wool robe, like thick cloak. that he's just using to cover himself. It's like, right, when this goes off, Desmond, you're going to hose me down. And then keep hosing me down until it's done, okay?
Oh, wait, just a minute. Okay, hang on.
Okay, yeah.
You can need this, and she takes the decanter of endless water out of the bag of holding and hands it to Desmond.
That'd
Put it
help.
back in Desmond's inventory, goddammit.
And then Reza knows about fires and heat and maintaining heat for a long period of time. So she went to Dwan and asked for a bellows after they were done. And she's kind of situated it at like the base of the fire. She's like, all right, so how long do we need to keep the temperature up once we get there? Because we're going to have to keep feeding this thing if it's going to get that hot.
Not that long. Nothing more than a minute or two.
Okay.
Because I don't want it to turn into just a puddle. I need it to retain its sort of shape. I needed the outer layer to start transforming, and then I can shape it. So once it starts drooping, that's when we snuff it. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I will. Right. Okay.
just to quickly reiterate the scene, Vanya, you also here helping out?
Yeah, she's gonna light the fire, right? She's got a fire sword.
Oh. Yes, she will
Yeah.
unsheathe her sword and then also help out with control flames as needed.
Perfect. So, at the moment, you're in the far end, at the back of the chapel, where this column has been erected on a stone plinth. Around it are a multitude of logs, charcoal blocks, this reddish-hued iron oxide-looking paste. Cypher is stripped down. Are you nude, or are you just in underwear?
No, I've got like a wool cloak, because
Okay.
wool, when it's wet, it doesn't burn. Because he's like, it's gonna get fucking hot. I need
Yeah.
something to protect me. So I might, So yeah, because he's like, so I need to get this wet so I get close enough. And if Reza's got to be close enough with a bellows at the bottom, she might need one too. You just look at Reza in her clothes, you'd be like, if you got to be close, you can't be wearing that.
Right. Okay.
I pull off my treated jerkin and I hand it to Reza.
She nods and takes it and steps outside to strip down and comes back in wearing just that. I think it goes down to mid-thigh probably. Are we sure this is better?
Do you want your new clothes to set on fire?
He says to the room. No, you're right. Okay, fine.
Besides, I think there's a demographic for it.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Out of my pack, I take out some bandages and a load of harvested aloe.
What's that?
It's good for burns.
Smart. Smart. Just gonna say. Okay. Everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay.
As I'll ever be.
Desmond's gonna start the decanter to like the trickle mode, just so it's like it's kind of warmed up. I already got some flow going.
As soon as the fire's lit, Garrett's gonna back the fuck away.
All right, Vanya. How do you light it?
She breathes. She unsheathes the sword, puts it down to where it needs to go. She looks around, makes eye contact with everyone, and says, "The phoenix doesn't fear the flames." Shakes her head. "It thrives in them."
The sword bursts into flames. And from there, what happens?
Well, this fire probably kicks off like straight into a rage because it wasn't just, two flints making a spark to make a fire. This was a fucking flaming magical sword that just set the whole conflagration on fire as it was covered in oil. So it immediately just straight up. It's a fucking roaring inferno. I think everybody would probably take a step back and be like, okay, it's a bit warmer than we thought.
Reza is
Vanya's-
sweating through it with the bellows. Sorry.
Vanya's gonna take the sword and she's gonna, hold it up in both hands because she sees that it's lit, and she's gonna say, "The phoenix doesn't fear the flame, it thrives in them." So that it stops, and then she can sheathe the sword and then be able to use her control flames if she needs to.
Cypher's muttering, like it's like he's talking in two mouths, in two tongues. But he's gonna look at Vanya and go, "Can you see if you can direct the flame inwards as best you can?"
Inwards, like in.
Or inwards towards the center, towards the spire.
Mm. And she takes both hands and she concentrates. It just goes inwards.
And this is probably the brightest place Cypher's ever been, so it's hard to fucking look at it, and he's like, "Oh shit." And he's just watching, waiting, just stood by Desmond, ready to get fucking drenched, waiting for that moment, just looking at Reza, just hammering that bellows, probably steam just rising off her, and he's just waiting for that moment where everything kind of just starts to slowly slump as it melts and starts to lose rigidity.
Mm-hmm. So the column starts to glow from the bottom up as the stone begins to heat pretty rapidly with the homemade thermite, the amount of charcoal and wood stacked at the bottom. Finally, with Vanya controlling flames, causing the fire to coalesce and heat up the column, the Cypher would eventually begin to get to the point where the entire column itself glows almost like lava. You begin to see certain parts of the side slowly, whatever form was on the column before now starts to slowly soften. The heat at this point, I need everyone within 20 feet of this to make me a Constitution saving throw, DC 10. Apart from Reza and Cypher, it's going to be DC 15 because you're a little closer. Vanya's good. Reza, oof.
I'm not within 20 feet of it.
No, you're well out. So Desmond and Vanya, at this point, you're a little bit further away, but the temperature in the room is rising. It's uncomfortable. Even more so for Cypher and Reza. You will both take 2 points of fire damage, as at this point, you are the closest. And in spite of the treated jerkin and the wet woolen cloak. Yeah, at this point, steam is beginning to rise from both of you. Vanya can control the flames. She can't control the heat.
Fair.
I mean, she could give a gust of wind to cool them off, but that may be disastrous, and she will not do that.
All right. So at this point, with the features of the column beginning to soften, Cypher, what do you do?
Cypher's chanting, it gets louder and louder and louder. And then you see shadows emerging from the shadow. Because, like, with a lot of light, you get solid shadows cast by solid objects. So behind all the other pillars, there's, like, these bodies walking out. And you see 8 of them stand in points around the fire. Like, unnaturally, because there's nothing to like cast a shadow, but these shadows are there, and the flame changes from red to purple to black, and Cypher steps forward, hands raised, and he casts a shadow of the abyss at 6th level, using his focus, his focus of crystal. I'll throw that up as well. Where's it? There it is. So at 6th level. So usually this is just tentacles that like rage out in like 15-meter diameter. But this time it's the 8 points of shadows turn into these pools on the floor, and out of them erupt 8 giant fucking tentacles. Like the Kraken itself has emerged from the abyss, and they just slowly smother the fire. They like go up and then they wrap around in a spiral, and they just smother the flames. And he's holding it there, and he's reshaping it, and he's muttering abyssal incantations, and each incantation is then formed from the inside of the tentacles and pressed in, so it's like superimposed in. So instead of like having to chisel away inscriptions on this obelisk, it's then just imprinted on. And yeah, like everything, it's fucking, it goes from blindingly light in here to fucking pitch black in an instant. And then the tentacles just kind of bleed away, revealing this fucking twisted, 8-pointed, 8-sided spiraled obelisk. It's about 8 foot tall. It's about 2 foot wide at the base, and then it flares out, and then it's tapered from there at about waist height up to the top. The bottom has been flattened out, so all of this liquid rock would have been pushed in to that cavity where the vampire was, and now he's literally encased in obsidian. Like he couldn't blink if he wanted to, because he's that fucking, he is one with the fucking rock at the moment. He's that compressed.
Mm-hmm.
And Cypher turns round, pulls off the fucking cowl, and he goes, "That wasn't so bad, was it?" And his fucking face is a blistered mess. He's missing his eyebrows. And he's red raw.
Need you to make me... What's your spell casting? Is it charisma?
Yeah.
I need you to make me a charisma roll, please.
Saving or ability check?
Just a normal ability check. Don't crit fail this. Oh. The focusing crystal, having been used and having so much power thrust through it, shudders, is hot to the touch, but doesn't crack. You've still got the focusing crystal.
Okay. Safe.
So just as a reminder, on a critical failure for a spell, you roll a 1d4. If the result is a 1, the crystal is shattered and is destroyed. But you are safe.
So Cypher's just kind of standing there, naked, blistered. That wasn't so bad, right? And probably, I think everybody would feel the pull, right? Like that feeling you get when you walk into the coroner's office, where the obelisk is. That feeling immediately starts tugging at everybody. It's not as strong, but it's there. It's like a background pull, like a toothache that just won't go away.
It starts off low, especially for you, Reza, as the obsidian begins to solidify, and eventually, as it's finally complete, stood there in its spiral twisted glory, it would give off this purplish, very dim light in the shape of a humanoid figure, where the vampire is currently cocooned in the shadow glass. As the core to the obelisk... Oh, go on.
No, finish.
Yeah, as the core to the obelisk, it would seem that, for you in particular, Reza, that you do feel a very similar pull to the coroner's obelisk towards this vampire. Maybe not the vampire itself, but towards the this icon, this new obelisk that Cypher's created.
I would imagine that when other things besides it being on fire started to happen, she'd realize the bellows were no longer needed, and she would have crawled back away from it. So she's just kind of like sitting on the floor, maybe like 10, 15 feet away, like feeling slightly singed. Like, holy shit.
I peel a piece of aloe and hand it down.
Rissa doesn't know what to do with it, so she eats it.
I mean,
Never been. We don't have sun. We don't have sunburns. She's never been burned. Well, I can't say that, but like they definitely didn't have aloe at the smithy.
Yep.
So she eats it.
I mean, you can eat it, but it's better to rub onto your skin where it's burned.
She kind of like spits it out, like, I knew that. Starts rubbing it on her exposed skin.
Desmond, any thoughts?
Desmond's just going to make sure that he's spraying Cypher as much as adequate. And just focusing on that because he doesn't want to see him turn into a charcoal briquette.
Fair. Vanya, what about you? What are you up to?
Vanya's just judgingly looking at Reza and in her singed clothes. And it's just, well, I mean, she doesn't have singed clothes. Hold on, she's not in,
She's kind of like, I would imagine, the sort of goth girlfriend look with the long hoodie that goes down to the knees.
Yeah, so she's just kind of like, is that what you chose to wear? You look a little dirty from, the fire.
Is she saying this out loud or just looking judgingly?
Just looking judgingly.
Okay, Reza's not paying attention to her.
But still being supportive of Cypher. And the whole thing. But she just has kind of this look on her face.
Garrett, you had something you wish to say?
I mean, he won't be too damaged because it's like a fire protective jacket. Cypher,
What?
are you okay?
Well, my face is burnt, my hands are burnt, my feetsies on the top are burnt. Other than that, I'm alright.
Come here and sit. I'll bandage you.
And he kind of walks with straight arms and straight legs, and he's like a sunburnt, like a sunburnt ginger at the fucking beach. He's like,
Now I've got some strips of linen cloth that have been some of the more medicinal plants have been infused into, and a little bit of the poppy.
okay, what does that mean?
Means I'm going to put the aloe on, and I'm going to wrap you in these bandages, and the bandages should make it hurt less.
Okay. Okay.
So I'll start with his hands, because I bet his hands are a mess.
He's moist from Desmond's showering him down. But yes, his hands at this point are, at least the palms in particular, I would probably say almost burnt through to the bone.
Yeah. So, with a layer of aloe, these medicated test bandages wrapped round, hopefully with like a sort of numbing feeling going into his charred flesh. And then move out the arms.
Cypher complain every step of the way. Garrett, that hurts. Garrett, Garrett hurts.
It's going to hurt. But it'll get better.
Okay.
So basically, by the end of this, Cypher's pretty much mummified. All his exposed flesh has got like clean linen bandages over it,
Yeah.
stop infection, and layers of aloe and poppy milk and fucking all kinds of good stuff. Luckily, the constant stream of water has cooled him enough, so he hasn't, one, passed out, and two, got even worsely burned than he actually is. And all this time, Garrett's still sweating buckets, even though he's far along away from the fire. It's not been comfortable for him.
Not at all. So, with that, Cypher sat off to the side now, wrapped in bandages. Desmond, more than likely, stoppering the decanter of endless water. Vanya and Reza stood off to the side. I think that's probably a good point for us to call it there.
Yeah, I will say Reza, her limbs are feeling a little like she doesn't want to put her clothes back on yet, so she's kind of just sitting off to the side, still in Garrett's tunic, just kind of like waiting for the stinging to stop. so she can get dressed.
But, with that said, now at the far end of the chapel stands an 8-foot tall, twisted spire of obsidian that pulses with the same dark magics of the coroner's chamber. Should we find out what happens next week? Next week?
Yeah.
Any closing words from anyone? Any thoughts? Any ideas?
In her head, Rez is just like, I wonder if that's what the sun feels like. Bye, chat.
Bye.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye, Chad. And see you next time on Pariahs.
Oh no, Jack, I'll get fucked. Finally made it. What'd you miss? Everything. Everything. Get muted. Holy shit. That took some twists and turns that I wasn't expecting. Vanya trying to, planning to steal Francis's pot. Desmond making a deal with the nurse. And, Cypher basically making a dead space marker. In the bottom of the folly. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Shit. Alright. I am going to throw us over to the end screen, throw on the tunes, try and find someone to raid. Hopefully someone will be streaming today. On top of that, though, everyone, thank you very much for joining us today. I thoroughly appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed today's session as much as we did. So, ending screen, that button there. See you all on Saturday for Chronicles. And then, if not, Sunday for Pariahs. I'll bring that down. And bring this up. Alright. Let's find someone to raid. Arius, thank you for those 18 months. I appreciate it. Mwah. Steel, thank you for the 62 months. Tier 3. Mwah. Appreciate it. Divrek, oh hi, 27 month. Callie with a gifted sub to Pocket Yeti. And of course, Deez with the 62 month Tier 3. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good shit. Good shit. Avalanche nearly got sold off as well, which would have been funny. Next time. Next time. I'll see you all very soon. Ta-ta for now.